Okay, hopefully everything's working, because just when I started that stream, there was bullshit with my audio settings and I couldn't hear anything, and I don't know if the mic's working. So hello, Mega Leech. Please tell me if the mic isn't working, and otherwise we shall plow on forward into this Friday night party night, because that's what it is. And I have to decide what drink I'm going to have. Excellent. You can hear me. Raiders, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, Mega Leech. That's settled then. And yes, it's Friday night, formal Friday, and also bartender clothes. Got to make my cocktail videos tonight, 3 videos. Still have to decide on one of them. I probably should get the recipes up for the ones I want to do. Difference guide, where are you? All right. And today's the anniversary of the opening of the Sydney Harbour Bridge, which I could have made the theme for the evening, but I don't really care. Also, it's also the anniversary of piece of shit Fred Phelps dying. So yeah, I'm all for dancing on his grave, quite honestly. So I just want to wait for the first tone police to tell me that's a terrible thing to do. You shouldn't celebrate someone's death. No, actually, some people, you absolutely should celebrate their death because they're fucking terrible. And I will not countenance people go, oh no, you can't, you don't say something bad about someone that died. No, if they were absolutely abominable pieces of shit, definitely celebrate their death. And Fred Phelps was a despicable piece of shit. Same as Rush Limbaugh died this year. People saying, oh, now we see what the left is really like. It's like, fuck you, you fucking hypocritical piece of shit. Rush Limbaugh was an abomination who vilified everyone and anyone who didn't fit his hideous little narrow worldview. Being glad he's dead is not offensive. It's just a common sense reaction to the fact that that despicable piece of shit is no longer in the world. Maybe, I'm trying to think, I want to make myself a warm-up drink before I make cocktail videos. Just open up a coin toss. What's in a coin toss? Rum. Sweet vermouth, yellow chartreuse, Benedictine, Peychaud's bitters. That's pretty good opening choice. Just trying to decide what to do, and it's a coin toss. I might make that. Stirred. Might make that. Okay. Interesting. What a brass rail is in a coupe. So the 26th. Haven't died. No, I got the date wrong. Maybe it's the 27th. It's okay. What day of the week is the 27th? Saturday. Okay, so for Friday night, I'll do a Pulp Fiction. I'm going to mess around. I'm going to get a little hand blender and try and blend up some apple to have apple pulp. That's how it gets its name. And that's in a Collins glass by the looks of that. So topping up with lemon lime soda. And yeah, into some sort of Collins glass. Cool. I'll do that. Yes, Alex on Facebook. Thanks for dying, Fred Phelps. It's the only good thing you ever did for us. Dying. Are they even still a thing? I haven't heard of the Westboro Baptist Church for a long time. Not even sure if they're still a thing. Actually, you know what I might make? I might make a what did we call it? We called it a Snosberry Fizz. Actually, that's a pretty good idea. I might do that. Because I'm a little bit thirsty, so I want a taller drink. Making a Snosberry Fizz. Greetings, nobody, and choking on ashes. I'm just going to get a glass because I'm going to make myself a drink. I'll leave you with my beautiful fairy lights for a moment while I go and get a suitable glass. Put some ice in it. Little ice. There's a great big chunk of ice you're going to have to break up. Keep that up. That's a persistent bit of ice. Might use that in shaking a cocktail later. Okay. Get my coaster. Get this. My jigger. Okay. What sodas do I have left in here? These are tonic. Cucumber. Grapefruit and rosemary soda. I have to get me some more Cappy sodas. Right. And why not use the Fortis and the Davison Plum. All right. And my stirring finger. There's Regan's finger to stir my drink. Alrighty. Go together. Nobody ever drink in prep in the freezer. Very cold is the best way to have a beer. Okay. Okay, so I'll put a little bit of soda in. And then top it with soda again at the end. Okay, so we do 1.5 shots of our slow gin. Our fruity gin. 1.5 shots of our rather, oh man, that's good. Serious whiskey. Bunny in the Box. Mismos are underrated. Okay. I don't know what a Mismo is. Swizzle stick. I don't actually have a swizzle stick. I have a stirrer. Apparently real bona fide swizzle sticks come from trees. They're part of a tree. I got a cast of Gaz Regan's finger. Some stirring with a dead man's finger. Nobody thank God for painkillers. Yep. Very responsible choking on ashes. Got banana bread beer in the fridge, but it's just after 9 a.m., so not drinking it now. Just after 8 p.m. on a Friday night, so I feel thoroughly justified. Oh, cheers, y'all. Bunny, Mismo is white rum, dash of lime, and soda water. Hey, yeah, that sounds fine. I'm possibly going to make a daiquiri, which is white rum and lime, and there's another ingredient I'm forgetting. Oh, I can tell I'm not a professional bartender. I'm forgetting something as simple as a daiquiri. Oh, is it just sugar syrup? Okay. Embry's formula, rum, lime juice, and sugar syrup. Okay. So basic. That's why I forgot. Nobody volunteered to help with church property. Didn't realize it needed slashing and all. All you had was a ride-on mower and a brush cutter. Oh my God, you've been working so hard, man. Your back hurts. Oh, that's a good drink. This was actually recommended by a chap at a local distillery, the Patient Wolf Distillery. He said, yeah, you get the slow gin, just 50% slow gin, 50% whiskey, and it's ace. And I've just lengthened it a bit by adding soda as well. That's really nice. Oh, and this is a really nice soda, Australian-made Cappy, really lightly flavored. There's no sweetener at all. Not only is there no sugar, there's no artificial sweetener. So there's like 1 calorie in here. So it's basically soda water that's very lightly flavored. In this case, with grapefruit and rosemary. That's yum. So glad I've had that, but I'm down to like my last bottle of it. I have to go out and get some more. No, but if you do the Angry Bunch tonight, it'll be a bit distance to Banditol, osteo, and ibuprofen. The choice is yours, my friend, and no judgment for however you're feeling. Even if you're just hanging out and not actually talking that much, I'm completely fine with that, and I'm sure everyone else is as well. So no need to put yourself under any pressure. Just realized as I adjusted my glasses, one of the things I did today, because I went into the city to meet some co-workers for a social meetup, I went in a bit early and ordered new glasses. Well, I was past due for an eye test, and it turns out in the last 3 years, my eyesight hasn't gotten any worse, which is nice because you get to my age, you worry about that sort of thing. And I got a new pair of glasses, which I'll unveil in about 2 weeks. They normally take about 2 weeks to be ready. So sometime in the next week or two, I shall unveil new glasses, and they are quite different. Megaleech, streams are like shady behind-the-scenes footage for Cocktail Channel. Absolutely. See how the bread's baked, how the sausage is made. And when I do embarrassing things like forgetting a fucking basic cocktail like a daiquiri. Jesus. Rum, lime, and sugar. How the fuck do you forget that? Oh, yes. No, buddy. Some refreshing beer after it's been in the freezer long enough. I've just, because I'm not drinking beer. Even though this looks a bit like beer, it looks a bit like a beer glass. And it's a little bit foamy from the soda. Looks a little bit like I'm drinking a very light beer, but I'm not. Drinking Brookie's Byron Slow Gin, SLOW, their version of a slow, SLOE. And sloe gin is traditionally flavored with sloe, which is a fruit or a berry. I think it's fruit from a flowering plant in England, and it's usually lower alcohol than gin normally is. This, instead of having sloe in it, has Davison plum, a native Australian fruit. Their limited edition. This is a mere 26% alcohol, as opposed to normal gin is like 40% or slightly higher. So yeah, it's a fruit flavored. I mean, it's almost a liqueur. It's a diluted gin. It's a fruit flavored diluted gin. It's interesting. They suggest doing one with just this sloe gin, 1 part tonic, 1 part soda. And this stuff just over ice is really good. I've got another one made locally just out in Geelong. It's cherry from the Anther distillery. Just that over ice is really good. Yes, choking on ashes. Sloe is very traditional to use with gin. People have been making sloe gin for yonks in the UK. Yeah, the two characteristics is it's flavored with fruit, and it's usually noticeably lower in alcohol, like 20 to 25% instead of 40%. Bunny, you like Sipsmith's sloe gin, partial to a bit of Old Tom. I'm just into buying local. All my gins are Australian. There's a lot of them. Well, some of them are just little sample bottles, but there's, if you count those sample bottles as one each, there's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, I don't know, 8 to 10 gins over there. Some really quite different ones too. From fruity to a very citrusy one, to some dry ones, to some spicy ones, to one that's flavored with Australian macadamia, which is quite unique. It's really nice. A little savory sort of gin. Very nice. That's all Kirsten, who she's in Melbourne at the moment. We're with husband, so we may not hear from her tonight. But it's all Kirsten's fault that I've got all these Australian gins and whiskies and a couple Australian rums and liqueurs. So I only have Australian gins. I have a very multinational rum collection, a couple of Australian rums, but all over the place, from Cuba, other parts of the Caribbean. I think I get a Venezuelan rum, and from a few other interesting places. Choking on ashes. You don't like pink gin? Not sure what's in it. I'm not sure what they use to color or flavor that pink gin either. I haven't drunk it all, I don't think. I think I have a pink gin over there, but it's not like the ones you get in the shops, that those big brands do a pink gin. It's an Australian gin, and they call it coral. It's one of the botanicals in it is an Australian native that grows on the coastline. I think it's a succulent that grows on the coastline. So it absorbs a bit of sea salt, and there's that flavor in there. Buddy in the Box, yes, Mr. Black is an Australian coffee liqueur, and they are doing a huge marketing blitz around the world. And apparently, if you like coffee and you like booze, you'll really like Mr. Black, because my fellow booze hounds who like coffee reckon Mr. Black is just the tits. I do not like coffee, so I am the wrong person to ask. I did enter a competition making a cocktail with it. Hello, Chris. I did a milk clarified mochaccino to basically calm down the coffee flavor. I added a chocolate liqueur and also milk clarified it, so it is much mellower and sweeter, and still got a coffee flavor in there, but not as harsh because I really don't like coffee. But I'm even not. I just made that for competition. I'm not drinking it. At some point, I'm going to give it to Aidsy, both the little bit of Mr. Black that's left and the cocktail I made, because I made several. I was doing trial and error with the cocktails, and so at some point he'll get that, assuming he can ever get over here, because things aren't great with him at the moment. So, so yes, so I only have Australian gins. I have multinational rums. I'm a little bit multinational in the whiskies. I have a lot of Australian whiskies. I have an American rye, Rittenhouse, 100 proof. I have an American bourbon, Knob Creek, 100 proof. And I have an Irish whiskey, Jameson's. And I've got a little bottle of scotch up there. I've got a little sample thingy. Not just if I ever need to have scotch in a cocktail. I bought this little sample pack that had tiny little bottles of scotch in it, because I'm not really into scotch. And I've now got an Australian whiskey that in the distilling process has been flavored with mesquite smoke. So the wood that's often used in American style barbecue. So it's got, because you don't often get peaty whiskies in Australia, as in, what Scotland's famous for, because we don't have peat in Australia. But this one that's flavored with mesquite smoke does a reasonable approximation of a smoky Scotch. It's just got this really nice mesquite barbecue taste and aroma to it. Bunny, you never got around to having it for money reasons. Just the Fort Kahlua. Heard good things. Yeah. So this drink's really good. Really enjoy it. Mega Leech, Tassie has peat. Is that a joke, spelling it like that? Or I'm not sure. Tassie also has the most expensive whiskies in Australia, because the Australian whiskey movement started in Tasmania. And the Lark distillery is the one that basically proved, no, you can make good quality whiskies in Australia. It's a viable thing. And a cheap Lark whiskey is about $200 a bottle. They have a lot that are like $1,000 a barrel, a bottle and up. So Tassie whiskies tend to be quite expensive because they say, you've been to a peat bog in Tassie. Okay. So I just remember there's a little doco years ago in the UK. I don't know how it was found, but anyway, archaeologists looking into this body that was found in a bog in the UK. And it was really well preserved because they were it looked like they were sacrificed, because they were like, they had wounds and they were their hands were tied behind their back. So it looks like someone was sacrificed and then thrown into a peat bog. And they sank, and they were really quite well preserved, like leather, when they were found. And so the archaeologists were really quite fascinated. And in this doco I was watching, I was like, as they're looking at it, was it him? And the archaeologist said, yes, we've taken to calling him Pete, as in Peter Boggs, because he was found in a peat bog. So that's a little science humor for you there. They found the body in a peat bog, and they came to know him as Pete Boggs. Scientists, man, what are you going to do? It's just one of those things. So I have to decide. I'm going to do a milk clarified cocktail, and I'm either going to do a Cuba Libre, because I saw a video from another YouTube channel, Truffles on the Rocks, Jean Felix, noted that Coke, like cola in milk, curdles almost instantly. So you even though it has cola in it, it ends up being clear. And a Cuba Libre is pretty simple. It's just rum and lime and cola. So I'm thinking of making a clarified Cuba Libre. I'm either going to do a clarified. I'm going to do them both eventually, but tonight I'm either going to do clarified Cuba Libre or a clarified martini, as strange as that might sound, because I'm really intrigued as to what a clarified martini will taste like. I'm going to do them both eventually, but I've got to do one first. So I have not yet decided if tonight I will do a clarified Cuba Libre or a clarified martini. I don't know which one of those sounds more interesting. A clarified cola drink or a clarified martini. Probably make the martini with my extra strong gin. Bunny, you remember the Pete Boggs thing? Because it was quite famous. It was a long time ago that they found it, but it was in the news quite a bit because it was quite a find because the body was really quite well preserved. The joys of being thrown in a peat bog. So, McLeach, the peat bog in Tassie, tractors with multiple tires, wide wheels, so they don't sink. Yep, that makes sense. I'm not sure if the Tassie whiskies use Tassie peat. Do Tasmanians have two heads? Lol. Whiskies use peat. That was an autocomplete, by the way. Tasmania's latest export, the best whiskey in the world. What the fuck? Oh yeah, Lark do use it. Lark's single malt, matured in port barrels, lightly peated, balanced and complex with a smoky finish. And yes, when our man behind the Lark distillery, Bill Lark, when he started up, he was the first licensed distillery in Tasmania since 1839. He is the father of Australian whiskey making and even Australian spirits generally. Apart from rum, we had rum. Yeah. The peat's not a strong characteristic in the islands. Yeah, but they do. Okay. So it is used at least some of the time in Tasmanian whiskies. Choking on Ashes used to drink black bush whiskey. Is that an Irish whiskey? That name sounds familiar. Is that a Scotch or an Irish whiskey? Or maybe I'm thinking Bushmills. Maybe that's why I think it's an Irish whiskey. Bunny, you got the vote in first. Libre. I'm kind of interested to see how that works, actually. So, yeah, okay. Might make a clarified Cuba Libre. Oh, okay. It is Irish. It is made by Bushmills. There you go. There you go. So, Black Bush whiskey. I've not gotten seriously into Irish whiskies. Like I just have Jameson over there. There was a shop that had Jameson Stout edition on special. That's Jameson that was aged in a stout barrel, give it a different taste profile and color for that matter. I was thinking of getting that because it was on special. You save some money. There's a bit like a big difference between Australian whiskies and American whiskies like bourbon, etc. The rules for bourbon is it has to be aged in new casks. They blacken the casks and age it. Whereas Australian whiskies, there's no actual rules. And it's very, very common. I don't know if it's universal, but it's very common for the whiskey to be aged in used wine barrels. Because we have a huge wine industry in Australia. So the barrels are actually fairly easy to source locally. So it's partly practical, but also partly it gives it a different flavor. Like if you compare a bourbon to an Australian whiskey, bourbon's a bit sharper. The aging in the wine barrels of Australian whiskey tends to give it a sort of fruitier, rounder flavor. The by comparison, the average bourbon is just a little bit astringent. It's just got that edge. And Australian whiskies tend to be a bit fruitier. That's interesting. You've tried both, Bunny. You like the IPA Jamesons more than the stout. I have seen them both in shops here. I just noted that the stout edition was on special. So I think I like a bargain. It's like when I said like I've got one American bourbon there, Knob Creek. It's just because it was on special. I was in a bottle shop and it was like about $25 off because alcohol's so fucking expensive in Australia. I thought, ooh, I've heard of that brand, 100 proof, so it's got a bit of kick. It's 50% alcohol rather than the usual 40%, and it's $25 off. I'm getting that, and it is pretty good. I have become a bit of a champion of Australian whiskies, though. Just a little bit of the Starward. This is Starward's 100 proof Fortis. It's a new addition to their line. It's only come out in the last year. Have a little bit of it on ice. And give that a little swirl. I know you get some people who go, never do whiskey on ice. You know, it's going to taste the room. No, but if you have it on ice, it actually opens up a bit and it changes character as you drink it because it does dilute a little with the ice. And so it actually changes character as you drink it, which I quite like. See, and I'm really bad with the words. Like when people taste things, they say all these words about the flavors, and I'm super bad at the words. How they actually describe it: fully matured, 100% American oak red wine barrels, predominantly sourced from the Barossa Valley wineries. Single malt whiskey is full-bodied, flavor-forward, maintains intense wine and ripe, fresh fruit flavors extracted from the barrel staves. Finish is long, captures the palate of flavors of ripe figs, vanilla, toasted oak, and raisins. See, I can't come up with those words, but that's what they say it is. Oh my God, Choking on Ashes, you've never been here. About 2/3 of the cost of spirits, particularly in Australia, is tax. They've probably gone a little bit overboard. On one level, I'm like, yeah, alcohol is actually a bit of a social ill, and getting some tax off it theoretically could pay for medical costs. But I think they're going a little bit far. And because the Australian spirits industry is taking off, I think there'll be a more powerful lobby group and they might get a slightly more sensible tax regime. So for 100 proof whiskey, this is really easy to drink. It does have those fruity characteristics. Yeah, and there is a little bit because how do they describe it from the barrel? Toasted oak. There is a really small bit of smokiness on the back palate. It's nice. Bunny, that is the way to go. An extra large, a bit of ice. I have a big silicon ice cube tray. If I'm getting serious about having some whiskey on ice, you do, yeah. A great big rock is better. This it's a little bit Philistinish. I'm just doing it because it's here. And I'm not having a full. I'm just really having a sip of it. It's really nice. It's surprisingly easy to drink for 100 proof whiskey. Chris, the Snyder cut of Justice League is out. Great reviews, good news, as long as it's all the Hollywood epics. And he's done it in 4:3 ratio. Like that's how he thinks it. Am I correct? Like because the trailer was in a 4:3 ratio, so like that old TV square ratio, and so the whole thing is because that was his vision for the ratio to see it in, which is very interesting. It's on some fucking niche service in Australia that I'm not subscribed to, and I am not subscribing to another service for just that. Oh, it was shot like that for IMAX. Okay. Thanks, Chris, for that little trivia. It's on some niche streaming service in Australia that I'm not subscribed to, and I'm not fucking subscribing to another service for one thing. I've got a shit ton of other stuff to watch. Ooh, something I finished watching this week is a British series called I May Destroy You. Fucking great and really full on as well. Written and directed by a young Brit, Michaela Cole. It does deserve a little content note because central elements in the story deal with the nature of consent and rape and sexual assault. So it can be a very intense viewing, but it's very good. Bunny, you like straight gin without ice? You only do that with gin. Okay, yeah. Ice can numb the taste. You know what I enjoy? I've done tastings at a couple gin distilleries recently, and one thing they often do is they go, okay, here's our gins, and we've got a pairing of soda or tonic that we think goes best with it, and taste. You go, and you just do the gin straight with no ice, and you're like, and you get it at its raw self, and then put a splash of the soda or tonic that they recommend in, and then you see what it's like with a soda or a tonic. And I quite enjoyed doing that. Had a weekend away a little while back with Mrs. Angry, and we went out just a little bit out of Melbourne, like an hour away. Went to the Anther Distillery in Geelong, and at the Bellarine Distillery, which is a little bit further out again. And both were really good. We bought the cherry, like slow gin. It's not slow gin because it's not made with slow, but it's the equivalent made with cherries from Anther, which is fucking great. It's really good. And I got one from this other distillery. They call it Teddy and the Fox. It's a really citrus forward gin. And it's interesting. They sort of said, this is what we call our gin for people who think they don't like gin. And it is really easy to drink. So, yeah. So, Chris, your girlfriend has a friend with HBO Max. Yes. When I saw it was on HBO Max, I thought it was going to be on Foxtel in Australia, which I am subscribed to because they seem to have all the HBO stuff. But then it's apparently on some fucking niche streaming service for which I am not going to pay. Plus, I got a shit ton of other stuff to watch. The Falcon and the Winter Soldier starts on Disney Plus today. Might watch that tomorrow. There should be another episode of American Gods for me to watch tomorrow. should be another episode of Solar Opposites for me to watch tomorrow. So that's a couple of hours viewing just there. And I don't spend that much time watching TV. I spend more time with you fine people than I do watching TV, actually. And half the time when I'm not here, I'm on YouTube. So I don't spend that many hours. I finally started watching season 5 of Peaky Blinders. I've worked my way up to that. And people have been telling me like it's the best season. I'm going, well, it must be fucking good because the first 4 seasons were really good. So yeah, I'm 2 episodes into season 5 of Peaky Blinders. And there's a whole bunch of other stuff I've sort of got on the back burner that I occasionally watch episodes of. Some are comedies, some are dramas. But yes, that's the thing. So yeah, Bunny, that was quite fun doing that. And then a couple weeks ago, a month ago, I remember with some friends, we went to some. Actually, no, one was a gin distillery here in Melbourne, and that was the Patient Wolf Distillery, and they were just lovely people. And they talked about when they found out I did videos for cocktails, they wanted me to come and shoot a video there, which I still hope to do. They were very cool people. But I got their gin they call their Summertime, Thyme. It's really nice, Summertime gin. This guy, he showed us the still, and he gave us this really detailed explanation of how the distilling process works. It was really fascinating. And then we went to the Starwood whiskey distillery, and quite like their bevies. So had that. So okay. So I think I'm warmed up now. I feel I'm not smashed. I'm a little bit drunk. I might do phase 1 of my clarified Cuba Libre, because after I do phase 1, I have to filter it, which is going to take an hour or so. So I should do phase 1 and then set that aside to filter and come back. All right, I'm going to do that. I need to get together stuff for a Cuba Libre. Put this stuff back. So I want this. Just have to decide what rum I'm going to use. What rum shall I use? Overproof, Cuban, Floricana, OFTD. I have so much rum, it's really quite stupid. Bundaberg. OFTD. I think I'll do OFTD. It's a 69% nice alcohol. So the rums are sourced from the Caribbean, and then they're blended and bottled in France. And of course, the joke is OFTD, which they say stands for old-fashioned traditional dark. But apparently what it really stands for is when they were doing the tasting of this one, like when they're making their overproof rum, and they had a taste, the first time someone tasted, they went, oh, fuck, that's delicious. And someone said, I wish we could call it that, OFTD. And then they had to come up with an innocuous version of what that acronym stood for, old-fashioned traditional dark. Tasting notes. Intense, very precise notes of coffee, orange, plum, jam, and truffles. Bursts with caramel cream, chocolate, and vanilla notes. Continues on with cinnamon, raisins, nutmeg, oak, molasses with smoke accents. Long and lingering on the palate with dark chocolate, clove, and caramel. Wowzers. So it might have a tiny bit of that on ice. Because normally with a Cuba Libre, you use a lighter rum. But because the clarification process lightens the rum anyway, I thought I'll use a punchy rum. Cuba Libre. Libre. Yeah, they normally say use a white rum. It's like, because the clarification process lightens it anyway, why not use a beefier rum? Oh, man, that's interesting. I think I've really educated my rum palate, because I never used to be able to drink straight rum. It is really complex. There's a lot going on in that. Oof. Yeah, there is a lot going on in that. And they go on with a really complicated things. Coffee, orange, plum, jam, truffles, vanilla, cinnamon, raisins, nutmeg. It does kind of have sweet, ripe fruit flavors going on. I have to remember to take a photo as well. When I make a clarified Cuba Libre, I have to remember to take photos of it for my thumbnail for YouTube. All right. Okay, I'm gonna get my cola. Wait, I thought I had a bottle of Pepsi Max here. I'm gonna get some Pepsi Max. Just a second. So we got our rum, we got our cola, I've got lime juice in the fridge, which I have squozened. Oh, so all right. So a Cuba Libre, 4 ounces of cola, 1 2/3 ounces of white rum. I might do 3 ounce. I might do a double. So I might do 3 ounces of the overproof, 1/2 ounce of lime juice, and 8 ounces of cola. So, and then that will mean 3 ounces of milk to do the clarifying. Got to work out how I'm going to do this. I might make multiple ones of this. Yeah, it's time to experiment. We're in the lab. Buddy, not long watched Adam Ragusa's video on ice, thinking how people had to make do without ice on a hot day. Yeah, but also I saw the wildest thing on a doco once. I don't remember if it was a travel documentary or a history one or whatever, but it showed this. There was this well in India, and it was carved out of stone, or they made it out of stone, and there were steps go. It was really deep. It was huge, like wide, and there were steps going down and down and down and down and down to the water. The engineering to make this was astonishing. So it was stone and thing, and it formed when it went down deep. It was really quite cold down deep, and the way they'd made it with the steps, it made these wind patterns go around that had a real chill. They could actually make ice in this well they'd have these wide bowls of water down in the deepest thing where it was coldest, and these winds would go past, and it would actually make ice. You know, it's India up the top. It's fucking blistering hot, but because you're deep underground, it's quite cold. And the way they made it so the wind moved around, it would actually make ice. It was fucking mind-blowing. Humans are amazing. Humans have just done the wildest shit. I mean, yeah, stuff like the pyramids really sort of leaps out and goes, holy shit, that's really wild that humans did that. But even just stuff like this, as someone worked out, like, yeah, I can make ice in this well, or I don't know if they deliberately created it to make these airflow patterns, which called the ice. But I'm sure, like, this is wild. How did they come up with this? Right. So I need some measuring things to make this in. So I need to get one of my little glass things. Yeah. Okay. All right, just getting this. All right, got that. Does this thing have ounces on it? That's mils. Ounces. Okay. Okay, I'm going to do this. Yeah, and that's the thing, Bunny. These people could make ice all year round with no refrigeration. Just fucking human ingenuity. It's pretty wild. All right, so this has markings on it. 10 ounces. I might do 10 ounces of cola. Because that's easy enough to do. 10 ounces of cola. And then 3 ounces. Oh, because I'm doing overproof. 3 ounces is fine. 1.5 ounces of fucking overproof is plenty for a drink. I'm making 2 drinks just to make it worth my while. I'm going to do 1/2 ounce of lime juice. All right. That is a plan. And they say to put some Angostura bitters in as well. Why not? Oh, yes. Bunny in a box. I do think the various people who worked out how to store ice were the very rich. The very, very rich. My lips are dry. Where's my Angostura bitters? Right. Right. Oh, wow. My focus just went wild then, didn't it? Autofocus. There we go. Didn't know I was on autofocus. Okay. So I need to do the cola, then the rum, then the lime juice, and then add it to milk. In fact, I might put the milk in first because that will be easier. All right, I'm just getting prepared here. Spoon for stirring. Oh, wait, how much? I've got this little Pyrus jug here, assuming it will hold it. How much does it hold? 8. I'm talking about 10 ounces. And then another 3 ounces. Ooh, shall I live dangerously, boys and girls? And everything in between? Am I talking about 10 ounces? No, this isn't big enough. This isn't big enough. I need a bigger container for mixing. I was about to have a disaster. Let me get this. Another one of my containers. You go in there. You go in there. You go in there. All right. How much does this hold? Yeah, see, this is huge. This is huge. This will hold it all. And we'll be fine. We'll be fine. Bunny, the Angostura, okay. The Angostura bitters label, the story behind it, because it's weird, because it's the wrong size for the bottle. The story goes that the family who was making it, two different brothers, they divvied up the jobs, and one brother ordered the bottles for the bitters, and the other one had the label made up. And they didn't communicate very well. And the label was much too big for the bottle. And they used it anyway. And then that ended up becoming their signature thing, the label that's too big for the bottle, because you can see it's too big. That's so the story goes. All right. So I think I've got everything together I want now. So I'm going to do 8 to 10 ounces of cola. Eight to 10 ounces of cola, 3 ounces of overproof rum, half an ounce of lime juice, 2 dashes of Angostura, add it to the milk. Okay. So first, I want to put 3 ounces of milk in here. So my jigger holds about 3 ounces, so that's fine. We'll just fill up the jigger. Getting jiggy with it. Put that in there. Now I just want to rinse the jigger because it's covered in milk, and that would look gross with syrup. Okay, so I got my rum, I got my cola. I'll take the lids off things. All right, cola, rum, Ango, lime juice. Right. I love you guys going, more. That's Kylo Ren in The Last Jedi when he's piling on the firepower on Luke Skywalker. I love that movie. I know not everyone does, but I do. Okay. So ready to go. I'm just going to switch some lights on. Double check. Get my camera going. Make sure I'm properly framed up. All right, this is Angry's little coat was on there. Better put. I'll do this so you can see me while I do it. That is looking hunky dory. Okay. Right, let's fucking rock and roll. Okay, I'm going to turn my trusty audio recorder on as well. So beautiful. Would you mind turning down just a little? All right, here we go. G'day, cocktail lovers. I hope you've been keeping well. I hope you're ready. This is a new segment. I'm declaring it to be Milk Punch Monday or Milk Clarified Monday because I like alliteration as much as the next person, and I'm slightly obsessed with the whole process of milk clarification. There are already quite a few milk clarified cocktails on my channel, and I plan to do a few more. And what I want to explore is some of the classics, both the old-time classics and the drinks known as the modern classics, and what are they like if you milk clarify them. And this first one I'm doing for my first official Milk Punch Monday was actually inspired by Jean-Felix from Truffles on the Rocks when he did a Long Island iced tea. He clarified the cola, because he found out, or became obvious, when you pour cola into milk, it curdles almost instantly, and that became the starting point. So I'm going to do that, and I thought what I would do was a Cuba Libre, which is rum and Coke, but also with some lime, and a bit more than that. And I thought if I clarify that, that could be a really interesting drink. So that is what I am going to do. Now, your traditional Cuba Libre, it's like you have 1.5 to 1 2/3 ounces, 40 to 50 mils of rum. They normally talk about a lighter rum, a gold rum, not a really heavy rum. But I'm going to use a pretty punchy rum because one thing the clarification process does is soften the flavors. So I thought, if it's going to soften it anyway, why not go with something that's a bit punchy? So normally you do like that 40, 50 mils of rum, about 1/4 ounce of lime juice, and then top up with your cola. It's usually about 4 ounces. Because the process takes a while, I'm going to make it worth my while. So as I make it now, I'm making enough for 2 drinks. So I'm going to start with the cola component using my favorite cola, not endorsed by Pepsi Max in any way, unfortunately. I'd love it if they were sponsoring me because I drink so much of this. And no, I do not need to hear your wrong opinions about Coke v. Pepsi. Everyone's entitled to their own things. If you disagree with me, you're just wrong. So I'm going to do about 8 to 10 ounces. That is fizzing up too much, so I'm not actually sure how much. There we go, settling down. I'm going to do about 8 to 10 ounces of the cola. And now going to add the other components. For the rum component, as I said, I'm going with something a bit punchy because the clarification process will tone the flavors down anyway and will also lighten the color of the drink. I'm going with Plantation's Overproof, 69% alcohol. Nice. The OFTD, which they say on the label stands for Old-Fashioned Traditional Dark. But folklore has it that it really stands for "Oh fuck, that's delicious," which is the first thing someone said when they tasted it when they were testing it. So normally you'd put 1.5, 1 2/3 ounces of rum for a single drink, 40 to 50 mils. I'm making for 2 drinks, but also because it's overproof, I'm just rounding it out. I'm going to do 3 ounces or 90 mils of rum, and we will just add that to our cola. We also need some lime juice. First, because that's just part of the Cuba Libre. Second, because when you're doing a milk clarification, you need acid content. And the easiest way to get that is with a citrus juice, lemon or lime, and most common. This drink has lime, lends itself to it, and we need enough. So some people just put like a splash of lime in a Cuba Libre. I'm making 2 drinks. I'm going to put a little bit in. I'm going to say half an ounce or 15 mils of our lime juice, adding it to our cola and rum. Now comes the important bit, the adding to milk to clarify it. Now, a couple of things I need to tell you about milk clarification. Folklore that is wrong. Some people will tell you need to warm or even boil the milk. No, you do not. In fact, that can be counterproductive. Cold milk is fine. Second, it's the fat content that's important. Do not try this with skim milk. Use full fat milk or close to full fat milk, because it's the fat content that does the curdling, which is absolutely vital to the clarification process. This counts if you're using something vegan as well. I've successfully done milk clarification with coconut milk and with almond milk. So long as there's enough of a fat content, you'll get the equivalent of curdling and you can clarify the drink. So I've put 3 ounces of milk in here because the ratio you want is about 4:1. Your drink to the milk should be about 4:1. So I've approximated with about 3 ounces of milk in here. So we just add that in there and it goes murky and arguably really unattractive straight away because it curdles. We always get told that curdled milk is bad, but that's how we get cheese. And cheese is the best thing ever. So you can see already this has started to separate almost straight away. So what I'm going to do is now set this aside until it's really separated. I'll wait and see. It'll probably take half an hour to an hour. So now I'm just putting that aside thanks to the magic of editing, and we'll come back to it. Ba-bam. Ba-bam. All right, switch that off to save the battery. And now we're back. It looks frothy, except the Coke. Oh, well, Sarah, let's do this. The Coke makes the milk curdle almost instantly. Bunny, I love that. Let the non-clarity of the cola die. Kill it if you have to. I can never mention this one, 69, without saying nice. All right, so that goes over there. Lime juice. Ooh, I forgot the Angostura bitters. Do I want to? No, I used a fucking beefy. I'm not even going to. I forgot the Angostura bitters. That's fine. Now I want to make another drink straight away, almost. I might make the Brass Rail now. A Caribbean blended rum, aged 6 to 10 years. Okay. Of my rums, what matches that? I've got Flor de Cana, which is a 7-year. Where's that actually from? Nicaragua. Man, I have such multinational rum. I've got a Venezuelan rum, a Nicaraguan rum, a Cuban rum. This is Caribbean blended in France. I've got Australian. This is actually this one. Oh man, this one's so good. This is Caribbean rums imported to Australia, and then they blend it with coconut and wattle seed to make a coconut rum. Oh my god, it's good. Chairman's Reserve. What's Chairman's Reserve? Chairman's Reserve is from the West Indies, Santa Lucia. Another Australian cane spirit. Could decide which one to use. I haven't used Flor de Cana in ages, actually. I haven't used Flor de Cana in a cocktail for ages. It's not Caribbean, but it's nice. So 7-year Florida, and famously, Florida don't add sugar. Real obsessive rum purists. Ooh, Megaleech, you're telling me to add the bitters. Okay. I'll acknowledge on the video, second half of the video later. I forgot I was adding bitters as well. 1, 2 shots of bitters. There we go. I'll say later I forgot the bitters, but I added it off camera. So, okay. I need Pepsi Max. I'm not going to be using you again tonight. Don't want to drink caffeine this late at night. Although I'll probably drink enough booze to counteract any caffeine. Cuba Libre can go away. Brass Rail, Benedictine, lemon juice, sugar syrup, egg white and orange bitters. Okay. So, put this away. I think the Benedictine's at the back. Wait, where's the fucking Benedictine? No, that's not Benedictine. What the fuck did I do with the Benedictine? There it is. It's the trouble when you have so many bottles. I always try and put them back in the same place so I remember where they are. If I move them, it can be very confusing. That was just a few drops of the rum and Coke and lime. It's quite nice. What did I say I needed? Lemon juice, which is in here, because I squeezed that earlier. Orange bitters and Wonder Foam. They say egg white. I'm using Wonder Foam because I have Wonder Foam. Okay. And that is, of course, a shaken cocktail. So let's get our Boston Shaker ready. Got to clear the decks a little bit. Move a few things around. That in there. Don't want this anymore. Rinse my jigger. Okay, so I've got rum, Benedictine, lemon juice, sugar syrup. I didn't get sugar syrup. Wait, is the sugar syrup? What the fuck is in this? I make shit and then I forget. That looks like sugar syrup. Just gotta taste it to make sure it's sugar syrup. Oh man, that's actually oleosaccharum. Yum. Which is sugar syrup that's got a bit of citrus in it. Oh man, that's fucking good. All right, excellent. Excellent. So I've got rum, I've got Benedictine, I've got lemon juice, I've got sugar syrup, I've got Wonder Foam, I've got orange bitters. Okay. We're fucking rocking and rolling. Hey, Justin, how are you going? Yes, Annette, the fairy lights are back. I've framed it properly, so I'm going to be happier with how it looks on YouTube videos. Annette, the fridge isn't dedicated to booze. It's dedicated to my stuff, though. So, I mean, that's vermouths. That's pineapple juice. That's tonics and sodas. Up there is a mix of fruit juice and booze, actually. God, there's a cake. Young Mr. Angry has been baking. He's been making practice cakes for his birthday. Really fucking nice cake in there. So it's food and my stuff in there. So it's got a lot of booze in there. It's got a lot of vermouths, a lot of wine-based stuff in there. And all my cream liqueurs are in there. So, Yeah, so I am going to make a brass rail in honor of Helen David, an icon of 20th century bartending. I love this story. She was born in an apartment above what would become her bar in Michigan, where she worked for almost 70 years, up until her death in 2000. She worked a bar for 70 years, trained God knows how many bartenders, including her nephew, her cousin, who's a very famous bartender today. Yes, and it's food, booze, and mixers, basically. Yes. And there's some fruit juices in there and whatnot. But yeah, that's like my fridge. But yeah, it's got food for people as well. Freezers down below has all my ice, but also food things in there. Right, I'm going to make this now, a brass rail. And I need a spoon for ice cracking when I'm ready. Right, lemon juice. My fingers are sticky. I got to wash my hands before I do this. I hate being sticky. Rolling Stones album, isn't it? Sticky Fingers. All right. So I got everything together. All right, you can watch me make this one too, and then I'll settle down. And then we'll maybe do Angry Bunch for anyone who's into the idea. Not everyone's here yet, so I don't know. So, but I'll make this a brass rail in honor of Helen David, icon of 20th century bartending. Yeah, okay. All righty. I got to have my facts ready. My facts ready. We'll do this. Right. I got to go turn the camera on. Take this lid off. That lid off. That. And that. And get the lemon juice ready. And the sugar syrup ready. And we're all kinds of ready now. What's wrong with your ears? What did I do that was noisy, Mega Leech? To bring anyway, I'm gonna get this going. Look at what this is looking like now. See the separation in it. I will be very interested to see what that looks like clarified, actually. We'll be going long enough tonight for me to find out. Right. Okay, ready to go. Just double checking I'm still framed up properly here. Yes, I am. All right. G'day, cocktail lovers. I hope you've been keeping well. Hope you're ready for another cocktail. This one is a bit of a modern classic called the Brass Rail. Now, this one is actually inspired by a woman called Helen David. She is somewhat of an icon of 20th century bartending, and her birthday is the 24th of March, which is why I'm making this to coincide with her birthday. She died in 2006, But prior to that, her career is amazing. She was actually born in an apartment above what would become her bar, where she worked for 70 years and trained God knows how many bartenders. One thing, I'm getting the name right. One was her cousin, Tony Abu Ghanim, who's a quite famous bartender in America these days. He's one of the best known bartenders in America. I think he is in head barman at one of the big casinos in Vegas at the moment. But, you know, he's in the Bartender Hall of Fame, all these things. But he created this cocktail in memory of his cousin Helen, the Brass Rail, because that was the name of her bar in Michigan. And she was fond of Benedictine, so he made sure the cocktail included Benedictine. And we're going to make it now. Let's get going with a Brass Rail. First up, the primary component of this cocktail is rum. The cocktail, the recipe I saw recommended an aged rum, something's aged 6 to 10 years. I've got this one. This is a Flor de Cana, aged 7 years. And one of the Flor de Cana big claims is they don't add sugar. And you will often get people who are like real rum snobs will look down their nose at you if you happen to like a particular rum that has added sugar. It's added sugar. That's not proper. Flor de Cana doesn't have added sugar, but one of my favorite rums just for sipping, Diplomatico Reserva, does have added sugar. And when I mentioned on an online forum that I like that, I did have someone go, "This is gonna add sugar." It's like, calm the fuck down, dude. Okay, I like drinking it. I like this too. You can actually tell the difference between one that's got added sugar and one that doesn't. But this is quite good. So first up, it's 1 2/3 ounces of rum or 50 mils of rum going into our drink. As I mentioned before, this has Benedictine in it, one of the better known herbal liqueurs. We're just going with half an ounce, 15 mils of Benedictine. That's it for the booze. We're also going to add half an ounce of lemon juice. I have some I squeezed earlier. Hey, look, if all you can get is bottled, don't let people bully you. But if you can get fresh squeezed, all the better. So we're going to add half an ounce, 15 mils of lemon juice. We're also adding 1/3 of an ounce or about 10 mils of sugar syrup. Again, you can buy it in a shop, but it's so easy to make your own. Just, 50% sugar, 50% water. Warm it on the stove. Don't boil it, but warm it on the stove if you want to make it easier to actually mix the sugar in. This is some I made earlier. Again, if you go store-bought, okay, but it's so easy to make. 50-50 sugar syrup, and we're just going 1/3 of an ounce or 10 mils of sugar syrup. Now, the original recipe also calls for an egg white. It's going to be a foamy cocktail. I am using an egg white substitute, Wonder Foam. There are a few products like this on the market. You add a few drops and you get the foaming effect without having to use an egg white. There's a few reasons people don't like egg whites. Sometimes people are vegan. Sometimes they're worried about salmonella. And you can also, as an alternative, you can use aquafaba or chickpea juice to get the same effect. Because I've got the Wonder Foam, I'm going to use that. But if you're using egg white, now's the time. where you add 1 egg white or about 15 mils of egg white. The last touch is orange bitters, just 1 dash of orange bitters going in. Crack some ice. How much? Oh, there you go. Oh shit, that went everywhere. That's okay, I'll do 1 more block. Crack, you son of a bitch. By the way, that's probably doing terrible things to people with headphones. Sorry. Put the ice back in the freezer. Now, this is a shaking cocktail. If you're using an egg white, you want to dry shake it first. So that's shaking it without ice, then add ice and shake it again. You might, look, if you want to do the reverse dry shake, knock yourself out. To my mind, the whole idea of reverse dry shake, which is shaking with ice, then without ice, it's like a bartender's superstition. It's like voodoo. It's like sacrificing a chicken on a full moon. Look, if you think that makes a difference, you do you. But it's unnecessary. If you're using egg white, do a dry shake first to emulsify the egg so it gets foamy, and then shake it again with ice to chill the drink. Because I'm using the Wonder Foam, I'm not worrying about a dry shake. I've just added ice to my shaker, put it together, bang it in hard, and shake it really, give it a good solid shake for at least 10-15 seconds. Just realized I didn't get my glass ready. Ah, well, I'll just grab one. Ooh, trying hard not to break any glasses. Check this again. God, I don't even have my Hawthorne strain. Where am I organized? Come on, you. Oh, I fucking hate doing this. Always think I'm going to break it. Outtakes. Now I'm going to strain this into a coupe. If you're using egg white, or if you're worried about little ice chips, very much recommend you do a fine strain. I'm just going to use a Hawthorne strainer to do the straining into my glass. You see the Wonder Foam. I'll just put that down. The Wonder Foam has given it a nice foamy head. But more important than the looks, all the looks are important, what does it taste like? Well, I'm going to say Helen taught her cousin well. That is a really nicely balanced drink. Obviously, the type of rum you use is going to have a big effect on this drink. I'm very happy with my choice, and Oh, I think this is a fitting tribute to someone who served so many people and was such a big part of her community for so long. Almost 70 years. That's just a phenomenal effort. So yes, on her birthday, to Helen, happy birthday. The brass rail is for you and is a really nice treat as well. Yep, that one definitely has my vote. It's very interesting. The Benedictine's in there, but I wouldn't call this a very herbal drink. To me, what's most noticeable is the rum and lemon, and the Benedictine is supporting that. It's underneath it. It's a very nicely balanced drink, well worth a go. I would definitely recommend you try the brass rail, not least because it's a tribute to a fairly amazing woman. But also, it's a very nice drink. So I think if you like rum drinks, this would be a nice variation, because particularly in the tiki style drinks, you don't get a lot of herbal elements. So this would be a nice variation if you've been drinking a lot of different rum drinks. But I'm going to leave you with that thought. I hope to see you again soon. So yes, please come back. If you're not already subscribed to the channel, it'd be great if you did subscribe. Hit the little notification bell so you know when I upload videos, because I upload a few, 2 or 3 a week. And I'm having a lot of fun exploring the world of cocktails, and I hope you can join me in doing that. In the meantime, look after yourself, look after the people around you, and I hope to see you again soon. Until then, I will say cheers. Does that seem sincere? Try to sound sincere. Anyway, I gotta just do a little bit more of that in there. That's probably mostly water, but that's okay. Clear some things. I'm so paranoid about breaking things. And I'm going to turn my camera off. Let's do that. Okay. Turn the recorder off. Okay, I'm going to sit down and chat to you fine people. Those ice chips out of the way where they will melt on the floor, make the floor slippery, and I will fall over and kill myself. Something to look forward to. All right. Oh dear, I forgot that. There we go. Where are we? Okay. Limitless Imagineer. Hello, Abigail. Oh no, I forgot to wear my fucking Starwood pin. I changed vests and didn't put it on. Hi, Abigail. You're not at home, but you popped in to say hello. That's very nice. And stop saying how embarrassing it would be if I broke a glass. I'm paranoid about that. Sunbear, rather versatile aquafaba. Yes. Vegan option. I've made a couple videos talking about vegan options. I've made drinks using vegan options for egg white, and also when I do the milk clarified ones, I usually use dairy milk, but you can use nut milk or coconut milk. So giving vegan options is good. Yeah. So, Safa, hello. You've come over from watching 4 hours Justice League in one sitting. Good Lord. Sorry, I just, Quitter, while 10 minutes ago, you're probably not here anymore. Quitter on Twitch dropped in to say hello 10 minutes ago. Sorry, Quitter, if you're still here. I was busy shooting a video, letting everyone see behind the scenes. Because that's the thing I do on Friday nights. I make videos. I feel like I made the brass rail once, not for my YouTube channel. I just made it. And I didn't like it so much, but it's really nice. I'm going to choke on the ashes. Had a call from your solicitor. That sounds portentous. I hope all is well with you. Safa, yes, it's shot in 4 to 3, 7 chapters, probably not meant to be watched in one sitting. Maybe not, but I think a lot of people are doing it, Safa. I think a lot of people are binging it. But I don't have that service. Was it Binge? It's actually called Binge in Australia, and I'm not paying for another fucking service. I got other things to watch. Not saying I wouldn't like it, but I got other things to watch. All right. That's actually really quite yum. Oh, man. I just remembered the other one I'm going to make, the Pulp Fiction. I was going to try and be clever and make apple pulp with a little handheld blender. And I got to chop up some apple, which I possibly should have done before I had other drinks because don't really want to be under the influence while doing things like that. Oh well, live and learn. So if a binge is free for 2 weeks. Yeah, but then I always forget to cancel it. I bet they're going to get burnt big time with this Snyder Justice League, a huge number of people doing the free trial and cancelling just to watch Justice League. So that's interesting. I think you showed me that on Facebook. Federal Transport Minister came to your mum's train station at midday talking about inland rail. And yes, will we ever get a high-speed rail up the east coast of Australia? Who knows? Who knows? Okay, so I think I'll use that. Thinking I need a big thing to hold my clarifying drink. I'm just going to finish this, which is possibly not a good idea. Because I have to do a couple of complicated things. Oh, that's for cargo trains. The inland rail they were talking about is for cargo trains. Well, a totally separate issue is, are we ever going to get high-speed rail on the east coast of Australia, where the overwhelming majority of the population lives? Who knows? But the answer is probably no. Nobody. One of the challenges far north, lines get warped by the heat, difficult to maintain, or so I'm told. Yeah, but okay, when I say east coast, I mean Brisbane to Melbourne, or even Sydney to Melbourne, but certainly not further north than Brisbane, because as you say, there are huge amounts of challenges because of the heats up north. No wonder foam makes quite a bit of foam. All right, now I have to put this safely out of the way so I don't knock it over and break it because I'm so fucking clumsy. It's going to go, ooh, that's booze. I actually think that was sugar syrup that I just put in there. I don't think I'll drink that because I think it was sugar syrup. I don't need to drink sugar more than I already have. All right, I'm going to put this out of the way so I don't break it. All right. Rinsed. All right. Defer to don't mind me, I'm just over at my sink. Sorry, I'm cleaning a bottle, basically. This is going to take a while because it's got some suds in it. I don't want suds in my drink. So I'll just keep a little narrative while I do this. I'll give another another shake. Make sure there are no more suds in there. Yep, that looks like I got all the suds out. Good. All right, so I also want a funnel, which I have. And I've got to get a coffee filter. All right. Okay, Safa, it's Sync ASMR? Fond of the Sync ASMR? That is also, excuse me. Good point, nobody. Some humans might use the cargo trains as long as they don't get caught. It's not quite hiccups that I had then, but it's kind of related to hiccups. What do I want for Pulp Fiction? It's apple cognac. Okay, so I need to put this stuff away. Put the booze away, angry. Put the booze away, angry. Okay, put away the bandit ding. See that? Put away the rum. That's Rum Town. Okay. Get a coffee filter while I'm standing up. You to me are sweet as roses in the morning. Does anyone remember that? Concrete in the Clay. Okay. Yeah, Saf, I got to put the booze away. It's Friday. What are you doing with booze on a Friday? Friday's party day. Also, because it's the anniversary of Fred Phelps being dead. So that's a reason to party. All right. High tech. So tenderly. I might actually start the filtering process. So I'm just going to shoot a short bit of video while I do that and then sit down and talk. So tenderly, the sidewalk and the street, concrete and paint, beneath my feet begin to crumble. Before we say goodbye, we will see the mountain crumble. Before we say goodbye, I will be in love eternally. That's the way. Now you know why I am not the lead singer in a band, because I can't really sing in tune. Okay. Ready to go. Time has passed, and this is looking pretty gross, quite honestly. This is different to how I am used to a milk clarification looking, and that is all down to the cola. But there's this stuff floating on top that we're going to need, because what we're going to do now is pour it through a funnel that has a coffee filter in it. But the coffee filter is only going to do part of the filtering. Most of the filtering is actually done by the curds created when the milk curdled. So when we pour this into here, just fill that up. We need the curds to go in. There you go, you big sloppy thing. Now, I'm going to have to do this in a couple of phases. But one important thing to note is initially it goes through kind of fast. And while you can see, even though that was cola, you can see that's a lot lighter than cola, but it's a little cloudy. What we need to do is let this run through for a while until the curds settle into the filter, and then we need to run it through again. Alternatively, you can run the whole lot through once and then run it through a second or even a third time. The thing is, I don't know if you can see that, but it's already slowed down quite a lot as the curds start to settle, and that's going to filter it more. The more you run it through, the clearer the end result is going to be, which is just aesthetically pleasing. So off camera, what I'm going to do is actually run this through a couple of times, probably at least twice, and then I'll come back to you and show you what it looks like when it's gone through the clarification process properly. It's weird. The Coke's made this stuff that floats on the top, which is not what I'm used to. I'm just going to leave this off to the side for a while. Let me just do this. What are we doing? Okay. Be like that. Be like that. All right. Yeah, that is going to take a while. I'm going to need to let that go all the way through, which is probably going to... Ooh, there we go. Angry short. Now he's tall. Nobody, you can't sing either, but you've got that beautiful deep voice. Heine, am I making meth? Pretty much, man. It's all science. I'm what's his name in Breaking Bad? I've blanked on the lead character. Is it Hank? It is Hank, isn't it? It's a bit of mad science. Bit of mad science for a Friday night. So it's weird. Using the Coke in the milk, it's made this light frothy foam that's floated to the top. So what I'm going to have to do is let it all run through so that froth sort of gets to the bottom of the filter and then sort of sits there and solidifies and then put it through again. But it's already like it's a yellowy orange, which is pretty wild considering it was Pepsi fucking Max. Pepsi, which, is black, has now gone to this yellow orange. But if I run it through the filter a couple of times, it's going to be an even lighter yellow. No, but you do have a nice speaking voice. But yeah, see, Walter White, thank you, Megaleech and Heine. Hank was the other guy, wasn't it? Jeez, the fuck. My excuse is I've been drinking and my brain doesn't work anymore. Oh, that's concerning, isn't it? So, buddy, what you have to do with that those nice sultry tones of yours is to do like spoken word type stuff. And like Leonard Cohen, right? Leonard Cohen can't sing for shit. Leonard Cohen can't sing for shit, but he's a very good songwriter. And he had his own thing of, first we take Manhattan, then we take Berlin. Leonard Cohen, great songwriter, fucking shithouse singer. And so he does this stuff that's virtually talking when he sings. And his pitch is way fucking off. But very good songwriter. Megaleech, Hank is the cop brother-in-law. Yes. Little while since I've watched Breaking Bad. I need to catch up on Better Call Saul, actually. Yes, nobody. You've done the spoken word stuff on YouTube, which is fucking great. And I'm sure whenever AZ gets around to giving you a script, you'll do great with that as well. So that's the thing. And I was actually a really good boy soprano. I could do a falsetto before my voice broke. And then after my voice broke, I never had any singing training. I wish I did. I wish I'd had singing training because then I'd be able to fucking do pitch, but I fucking can't. Nobody heard Hateful Head, may have heard Anxiety Alone with My Thoughts. You haven't heard If You're Gonna Fart, Don't Light a Match. Sorry, all great titles for songs or spoken word pieces. Very good. All right, so in terms of drinks, I also got to make one called a pulp fiction for Quentin Tarantino's birthday, and it has apple pulp. I should cut up should I do that now? Because the recipe I found wussed out and said use cloudy apple juice. But then notes it was originally made with apple pulp. So I'm actually going to make it with apple pulp. I bought apples especially for this. And I got a little handheld blender thingy. So I'm going to chop up an apple. It goes zuz, 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 and then add cognac and an apple liqueur. shake it, and then top it with lemonade. And I actually think that's going to be a really fucking good drink. Jesus, what's the... Oh, garnish with an apple slice. I cannot be bothered. Or can I? No, I could. I could do an apple slice. Yeah, why not? Why not? Yeah, stick blender. That's the thing, Raiders. I've been using that with my meal replacement shakes. Heine, you can do falsetto still. Nice. Off key. Damage from smoking. Yeah. Angry Bunch. You can do Angry Bunch now. Who fucking wants to? I'm in the mood to have some pals because it's a Friday night. Okay, anyone who is interested in joining, that is the link. So feel free. Even, and I said, nobody, if you're worried about not being able to participate fully, just hanging out is fine with me. Or not, you don't have to. No pressure. One thing I don't want to do is put anyone under any pressure. You can just leave me here. That's okay. I'll have another drink, and then I will be absolutely rat-assed, and I will fucking talk about anything and rant about anything. So I'm perfectly happy to do that. So yeah, I should do the thing with apple and chopping it up with a knife before I drink anything else, actually, to be fair, because I don't want to hurt myself. Lee, how are you? How you doing, man? Haven't seen you for a while.
Yeah, it's been ages. I've been good. Although I did see a video of a person being interviewed and then the other person spoke over her, and I thought that's just rude.
And yeah, even doing this sort of stuff or having Zoom meetings and stuff can be really iffy about, letting someone talk or accidentally or deliberately talking over them.
No, I don't mean that. I mean...
No, it was a media interview you were talking about.
Yeah, and this guy's supposed to be representing ScoMo or whatever it was, and I'm thinking, dude, you're just rude and inappropriate and unacceptable behavior. Intolerable, even.
I think I know the one you're talking about, and I agree with you. Safa's saying I should get a TV show where I'm drunk and interview people. I say I should have a TV show where I'm drunk and interview people. Definitely. Yeah. Raiders. Oh, the City of the Savo. A lot of people there. Like I said, I met some of my co-workers, some of whom I was actually meeting face-to-face for the first time because they started working halfway through COVID and I've never met them. But then I thought I'd stop somewhere for dinner and a drink, and everywhere was full. I mean, there are rules, so there's limited capacity in venues now, somewhere between half and 3/4 of their normal capacity. But all my favorite places seem to be full, so I just came home. So there were a lot of people in the city.
Is this Melbourne?
This is Melbourne CBD. I had...
oh, man, it's been ages since I've been there.
Yeah. Well, the Melbourne CBD, I've probably been in the Melbourne CBD 5 times in the last year. Probably about 5 times in the last year. I used to, Monday to Friday, I used to be in the CBD. I reckon in the last year, since I started working from home, I've probably been in the CBD about 5 times.
Okay.
Safa, I did not get drunk with workmates. I had one cider. I hung out for about 2 hours. I had one cider. I had actually planned to stop on the way home and get something to eat and have a couple of cocktails. So probably be a little bit smashed when I started. But like I said, all my favorite places seemed to be full. So I just came home, had one of my meal replacement bars, and drinking with you. So being responsible from a certain perspective. But
that reminds me of when I went to Starbucks in, I think, Collins Street or somewhere close to Melbourne Central, and I'm like, I just want real coffee. That's real coffee. And then the manager told me to leave. I'm like, okay.
Oh my God. Safa, you've been twice in Melbourne in the last. Yeah, one of the times was with me, actually. Choking on ashes. Yeah, you in the UK, you're in lockdown. See, we haven't really been in lockdown for months. There are still some restrictions on numbers in venues, but we haven't been in lockdown as such for months. And I think choking on ashes in the UK, you're expecting lockdown to ease or end in April, so like next month. I think I read that somewhere. Yeah, but we haven't been in lockdown for months. We just have some restrictions on the number of people in venues. So
Yeah, when my stepdad came to Adelaide from Perth, he didn't have to do lockdown so much. And then when he went back to Perth, they put him in quarantine because he came from Adelaide.
yeah, Western Australia's been really tough because they've managed to basically eliminate COVID. So it's like if you want to go to Western Australia, you have to isolate for 2 weeks. No, I don't think it is the case anymore, but for the longest time, it was like, yeah. Oh, yeah. And choking on ashes, the Tories fucked up handling COVID about not as badly as like Trump in America, which was horrifying to see, but the Tories did fuck up pretty badly in the UK.
Why I'm even laughing at Trump? No, it's not even worth going there.
It's just a reflex. It's a reflex to kind of laugh when you think about Trump's incompetence. Like if he had done the proper thing with COVID, he would have smashed Biden in the election, I think, which is disturbing, but I think he would have. And like instead of saying it wasn't real and it's fake, also if he had said it's real and you have to wear a mask and then marketed red MAGA masks, he would have literally made millions of dollars while protecting public health. But
yeah,
he chose to be a dickhead. He chose to be a dickhead.
True. Kind of like that Fred Phelps guy.
And it's Dance on Fred Phelps's Grave Day because he's been dead for a few years now. Trump's still alive, which is sad. Murdoch's still alive, which is sad. But Fred Phelps is dead, so that's good.
Yeah, like there was a fake made-up church called Landover Baptist Church on the internet.
Yes, Landover was hilarious. Their website was hilarious.
And they were like, oh, autism is a punishment from God. And I'm thinking, no.
They had to go pretty hard to parody the Fred Phelps's Westboro Baptist Church. But
They
then
did.
Westboro got so weird, heaps of people thought Landover was real. And the people on the website are going, no, we're trying to parody them. It's just they're so bad, it's really hard to parody them.
Yeah. Like if you look at my profile on Landover Baptist Church's forums, it's like Lee Kennedy, eternal damnation assured. Because I pissed them off.
All my friends are going to be in hell, so we've got to, all be there together. And yes, choking on ashes. Thank you, Rush Limbaugh, also dead. Another one to celebrate. When horrible people die, the world gets just a tiny bit better. Just a tiny bit better. Because Rush Limbaugh hasn't been such a big thing for about 10 years, but certainly in the 90s and noughties, he was actually frighteningly influential in American politics and caused a lot of damage. Not good. But, I had people who say, oh, you shouldn't celebrate someone dying. No, if they're horrible, you should celebrate them dying because they're horrible. And I have no qualms. And it's not so much as like, okay, honestly, even if Tony Abbott died or if Scott Morrison died, I'm not going to sing and dance a jig. Like, yes, I disagree with their policies. Yes, I think they're awful people, but they're not poisonous to the degree that Rush Limbaugh or Fred Phelps or Rupert Murdoch is. But yeah, they're shit, and I wouldn't miss them. But I'm not gonna do a big sort of, they're dead. I'm so glad they're dead. But with certain people, I fucking will, because they're awful. They're just awful.
Yeah. Somebody said to me a couple of months ago, they're like, "Oh, Scott Morrison's a Christian. You're a Christian too, so you're bad." I'm thinking, not all of us are like that.
Oh no, Scott Morrison is from the creepy, what do they call it? The prosperity gospel types, the ones who talk about the acquisition of money is an admirable thing. And I'm going, I'm sorry, but the Bible is actually really unequivocal. There's no gray area whatsoever. The pursuit of wealth makes you a bad person. Not living, not wanting to live, not wanting to be comfortable and have some nice things. That's not evil. But avarice and the aggressive pursuit of wealth actually categorically condemns you to hell. So it's like,
well, exactly. I'm not for that. And I did watch something on television where this American preacher was like, "Oh, you donate this much money to us and you'll be healed from cancer." I'm thinking, no, no.
Yeah, no, they're evil. Yeah, and as nobody says, Scummo doesn't count as a Christian. He's part of Hillsong, which is one of those evangelical mega churches that does the prosperity gospel doctrine, which is, again, literally the opposite of what the Bible actually says. Like it's not even an interpretation thing. It's not a gray, ambiguous thing. It's black and white. The aggressive pursuit of wealth, if you believe such things, will send you to hell. So the idea of saying, I am in a Christian church that praises the pursuit of money above everything. No, motherfucker. If anything in the Bible is true, you're going to hell. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, my church certainly don't go, "Oh, make lots of money and you'll be blessed." It's like, no, we draw the line.
It's only the real sick, fucked up ones who say that. Like, there's even that American evangelist who calls him, like a televangelist, he has TV shows and shit with a megachurch, calls himself Creflo Dollar, calls himself Dollar. And it's just like, dude, you clearly do not believe anything that is in the Bible, because the Bible is absolutely explicit about what would happen to someone like you. And it's not good.
I've heard that name here and there, but I don't tend to pay too much attention to things I don't want to pay attention to.
And that is very good for your mental health and general psyche, to just ignore those people. Because
like when I met that guy 10 years ago and he said to me, "I don't want to be in the same country as you." And I'm thinking, well, you're from America, I'm from Australia, and we're in Australia right now, so just fly away.
Yep. It's just there's a real weird sickness at the heart of that stuff, and it's just like it's not good to even spend too much time thinking about it because it's so messed up. But
yeah, and then last I heard, he was trying to make out that COVID was fake.
It is absolutely surreal how you can find all those things bundled up, like really heinous pursuit of wealth, like misogyny, racism, and science denial. They tend to all turn into one blob of horrible people.
Oh yeah,
and
definitely.
It's just weird. It's absolutely weird.
I mean, I do honor my leaders of this country, but at the same time, I disagree with them on many fronts. Like, the way the women are treated in Parliament. I mean, come on, it's the 21st century.
And Parliament is a real obvious one. But you look anywhere with an entrenched power structure, like big companies and whatnot, horrible shit happens in big companies all the time, because the implicit or sometimes explicit thing is, oh, if you speak up and complain about what's happening, your career's finished. You are done. You just have to put up with it. And like that woman who's gone public, the Liberal Party staffer, and she said what happened and whatnot.
Brittany Higgins.
She said she was explicitly told, oh, you go public, you don't have a career. It's basically, if you make the Liberal Party look bad publicly, you don't have a career anymore. So
yeah, it's kind of like I found out from a new friend of mine that I made this week, that his partner used to work for Tesla, and then they kind of Tesla is. I'm just like, well, the person that owns Tesla, his ethics are out the window, so I'm not too surprised.
He's pretty awful. Elon Musk is a pretty awful person.
I know, and naming their child XAE something 12.
Oh, they're just dickheads. That's not evil as such. That's just a dickhead thing to do.
No, I wasn't saying it was evil. I'm just saying.
No. But also, like when I named my kids, it was going, okay, let's decide on a name and let's agree we won't name them anything that will get them beaten up at school. Which, whatever we choose, don't try and be special or individual. Don't give them a name that will get them picked on at school, because the number of just really vain parents who go, oh, I'm going to give my child a really individual name, go like, every kid at school is going to beat your kid up every day because that stupid name you gave them.
It was for that reason my mother decided to, one of the reasons she decided to put me in school, not under the last name Kennedy, but her last name, Tuddenham.
Oh, yeah.
Because and then when I came to high school with the last name Kennedy, someone's like, oh, we'll make you a leader and assassinate you. And then I'm like,
yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, kids don't miss a trick. Kids will just be a complete shit to other kids with virtually no provocation at all. So just like, oh yeah, you have the same name as a famous person who was assassinated. So of course, kids just make stupid jokes about shooting you because kids are shitheads. Kids are absolute shitheads.
Yeah, and having autism didn't make it any easier because it's just like you're an alien.
Yeah,
alien boy. I'm like, oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Any little difference will be sought out and picked on. You can get in there. Sorry, someone's just come into my son's come into the kitchen to get some water, and I've got all my power cords for my light and stuff tangled around the water filters. You can do that. You'll be fine. You just get in there. Everyone has to adapt to my convenience, is what I'm saying.
And I recently watched a music video called "You're on My Mind" by Old Man River.
Yeah.
It was a good video.
Oh, cool.
Although the girl looked a bit like an alien with really big eyes, but I'm like, that's okay.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. There's the TV show that I was talking about earlier called I May Destroy You. The lead in that, she has this incredibly unique face. And I found myself spending a lot of time looking at it going like, that is one of the most unique faces I've ever heard. Like, because she's a Brit, like African ancestry. She has really big eyes, really prominent cheekbones, and a pointed chin. And yeah, I found myself getting distracted repeatedly, just like she's just amazing to look at because she just looks so different and so individual. So it was really
great. And when it comes to gender equality, I say to people, look, women are human too, just like you and me. They're human. So give them the proper respect as you would another human being, please.
Yeah. And that's the basics. So just looking at what everyone's saying in the chat. Raiders has the same name as an Aussie male stripper. And yeah, nobody grew up Aspie, saying, yeah, childhood was fucked, got PTSD. Safa saying he got bullied so much he just got numb to it. Nobody wishing he could have been numb. So also, choking on ashes, just so you say, when we're talking about kids being shitheads, you're saying kids can be so cruel. That always there's an episode from the early seasons of The Simpsons where it's something about kids being bullies and picking on something, and Marge says to Homer, kids can be so cruel, and Bart overhears it and takes it as Marge saying kids are allowed to be so cruel. and Marge goes, kids can be so cruel, and Bart goes, can I? Thanks. And he runs off, and then you just hear Lisa scream, ow! It's like Bart taking exactly the wrong lesson from his kids can be cruel.
Yeah, someone online tried telling me that Australia was made up by the Simpsons, and I'm just like, really? What else do you believe? They're like, oh, the Earth is flat. I'm thinking, okay, come on. I'm not talking to you anymore because you're weird.
No, waste of time.
The wrong kind of weird.
I find the Simpsons Australia episode absolutely hilarious. I love it.
Oh yeah, get a hiding from the boot.
Yeah, you get the boot because you look at it and you go, well, there's one thing that not a lot of people get. That whole thing with the boot and whatnot. What that was actually about is what had happened is the son of an American diplomat in Singapore had got busted for vandalism. And under Singaporean law, he got a caning, and which is actually pretty brutal. It's one step short of a cat o' nine tails. Like, it's not like high school. It's like really full on whipping with a cane. And there was a lot of push. Some people saying Americans shouldn't let a foreign power do that to one of their citizens. And in the end, to avoid a diplomatic blue with Singapore, America allowed it to go ahead, and this guy got caned. So that thing with Bart getting the boot was nothing to do with Australia. It was actually a reference to this thing that happened in Singapore that everyone's forgotten.
Oh, wow.
But I also, what made me laugh about that is like every single thing you've put in here in Australia is clearly driven by you watched old Monty Python sketches where they were doing weird jokes about Australia, and you kind of decided everything in the Monty Python sketches is real, and we will just our version of Australia will be based on Monty Python sketches.
Oh yeah, especially that bit in Monty Python where it's like the guy's like, wink wink, nudge nudge, say no more, say no more. And I'm like, yeah, okay, I get it.
Yeah, they had a bit of a thing. Monty Python in the 70s did a couple sketches about Australia that were just very weird. Notably the Bruces, the philosophers. They were all the Australian lecturers at a university, and all of them were called Bruce.
Yeah.
Very, very weird.
One thing I remember from Monty Python is Monty Python, not Python, Python, is the end of Life of Brian, where it's like, always look at the bright side of life. That was so good.
That is a very good song.
Yeah, and when there was a protest going on with a certain kind of belief system where they were yelling out things, and these people were distracting them by singing always look at the bright side of life.
Yeah.
I was just like, okay.
Oh, God, sorry. Raiders bringing out the old obscure ones in the chat. Ken Bruce has gone mad. You have to be a certain age to remember those ads. That was a small chain of electrical goods stores like fridges and TVs and stuff, Ken Bruce. And the advertising slogan was, Ken Bruce has gone mad, Ken Bruce has gone mad, Ken Bruce has gone mad. And then there'd be this guy like really wearing a straitjacket rocking back and forth because his prices were so low, he must have gone mad. That was the sort of stuff you used to be able to do on Australian TV. That was weird. Very, very, very weird. Safa, are you asking where I found out about the Singapore thing? That was just a thing that happened. That was a real thing that happened. It happened about a year or two before the Simpsons Australia episode went to air. So as soon as I saw it, I knew what they were doing. Like, oh, this is actually referencing what happened in Singapore. It seems like everyone forgot, and no one gets that the whole thing with the boot is not really about Australia. It was about this thing that happened in Singapore. But I know some Australians get upset by that episode. I just find it hilarious. I love it. I think it's so...
Yeah, I mean, I would get it if it was a Canadian doing a boot, because people think they pronounce a bout like a boot.
A boot, where it's actually more common to say a boat.
Yeah.
Because
the funny thing,
yeah, sorry, you go ahead.
Funny thing was, on the bus, I was talking to someone on the bus, and he's like, "Do I hear a bit of Canadian in your voice?" I'm thinking, "Oh, yeah, okay."
Yeah.
Because I was talking about how a certain football team is a bit like the Toronto Maple Leafs, where they haven't won the grand final in a very long time.
Yeah, I because I now have the cocktail channel on YouTube, so there's like a whole community of YouTube channels of people who make cocktails, and two of the guys are Canadian, and I noticed when they will say a boat. The cliche became say a boot, and Canadians don't really say that. The people who have that accent say a boat rather than a boot. And I have actually noticed these cocktail guys say that as well. So
yeah,
but yes. See. So what have you been up to of lately, having not seen you for a little while?
Oh, well, I've been studying a diploma in leadership. That's one thing I've been doing.
Nice. That sounds good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Excellent.
And I've been doing health and well-being too.
For yourself, or a study thing?
For myself and for other people too.
Oh, excellent. Well, that is also a very good thing. We all need, because of the weird, stressful world we have been stuck in for the last year or so, health and well-being becomes a big thing.
Yeah, and I also, when I listened in to a particular person on Instagram doing live, they were speaking French, and I just said bonjour, Sophie, and she's like bonjour, Lee. I'm like, oh, well, actually, wait, the Prime Minister's wife just said bonjour to me.
Nice.
Awesome.
Nice. So when you say bonjour, I'm getting stuck in The Simpsons now. But that early episode where groundskeeper Willie was running a night class for adults for how to speak French. No, he might have been with the kids. I don't remember. But it's where he does the notorious lines with that, because it's an American doing a bad Scottish accent, going, bonjour, you cheese-eating surrender monkeys. And so whenever anyone says bonjour, I just hear groundskeeper Willie saying bonjour, because I have The Simpsons stuck in my brain. That's just the thing.
Yeah.
So nobody's saying he saw a Lego stop motion video called Australian Wolverine. Laughed his ass off. It gets the Wolverine almost exclusively swears, followed by others saying he's from Australia. That was the joke in one of the alternate timeline X-Men movies, where James McAvoy plays young Professor X rather than Patrick Stewart being Professor X. And when he's trying to recruit mutants to be in the X-Men, he and
Wolverine tells him to F off.
Yeah, because with an M-rated movie in America, you can say fuck once. So they're recruiting all these different mutants, and they walk up to Wolverine in a bar and they don't even say anything. They just walk up to him, and Wolverine goes, fuck off. And it's just like, okay. And there's like a meta joke, like for people who know, oh, in an M-rated film, you're allowed to say fuck once. It's just, no, a PG-rated film, you're allowed to say fuck once. Stella, good evening. How are you, by the way?
Yeah, how is Daisy doing?
Not great, honestly. He did
Oh,
join us. It was last Friday or Saturday. He did join us, and he put a lot of energy in and was very exuberant. But he is, in honesty, not great, which is why we're not seeing him more often than that. He's needing to look after himself. It's both health stuff and just sorting out some stuff in his life as well. So giving him a bit of space. I like that. Raiders said, Lee, when you finish your diploma, you'll be more qualified to lead the country than Morrison.
I really wouldn't want to lead the country.
No, I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy, but I kind of agree with Raiders. Just the most basic good faith learning about leadership would make you a better leader than Morrison.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Remember that thing called Rage, where it used to be on at like early hours of the morning with music videos?
Still is, to the best of my knowledge, Friday and Saturday night.
Oh, wow, cool. Yeah, they had
Like
this
30 years.
person pretending to be Pauline Hanson and then pretending to be John Howard. And he was actually a lecturer at a university, and he was Pauline Pants Down and Little Johnny.
Yeah. I do remember the Pauline Pants Down song. The one
I don't like it.
successfully got banned. I'm a backdoor man. That was the first one. She successfully got that.
Rage actually said, "Okay, we'll ban it."
But then, yeah, Pauline Pants Down did the second one. I don't like it. So
I just remember seeing that song called "La" by Old Man River on Rage.
what,
It's
the
like la
Tism
la
one?
la 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 la. No, it's the one where he's in a house and then the door opens and there's all these people dressed up as animals singing la 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 la.
Oh, okay. When you said Old Man River, I just thought of the Tism songs with starts of them going, I'm on the drug, I'm on the drug, I'm on the drug that killed River Phoenix. And it's very disrespectful. It's very disrespectful. Very disrespectful. They should be ashamed. And I laugh every time I hear it, but that's just me.
That's probably because your mind finds it inappropriate and you're just sort of like, I'm just going to laugh it off because there's not much I can do about it.
Stella had an RDO today and enjoyed a 5-hour nap. That sounds like an excellent use of an RDO in my book, quite honestly. Have a good, solid nap. I haven't had one for a while, but that's one of the absolute fucking golden things about working from home. Sometimes in the mid-afternoon, it's going like, oh God, I'm vaguing out. Yeah, I'm just going to go lie down for half an hour because I can do that, and then I just come back to work. It's absolutely great. Raiders found out on the community radio station 3RRR, the midnight party show on Saturdays is still going after decades. Oh, choking on ashes. It's a registered day off. It's certain employment things when you're working more than an 8-hour day, the extra bit sort of accumulates. And like if you're working an 8.5-hour day, the half hour accumulates until it equates to a full I said registered day off, didn't I? It's rostered day off. Thank you, Miguel. When the extra time adds up to a full day, you get to take that day off. So that's obviously
they're always pretty good. And one thing I noticed when I was working for INET was telling people to restart their modems fixed most of the problems.
that never stops weirding me out with technology, computers and hardware. The old joke, have you tried switching it off and switching it back on? The number of times that works absolutely does my head in. Like, why
I
does that
know.
work? But it
Even does
does.
my head in too. It's like,
Mm.
yeah, okay.
It's like there's some sort of memory buffer in them that gets overloaded. And when you, and this is what I've had explained, it's like a memory buffer gets overloaded. And when you switch it off, it actually clears the cache and you switch it back on and it's starting fresh. So it's kind of
Yeah.
like with a human, I'm overtired, I'm so sleepy, I can't think straight. Well, go and lie down for a while. Go lie down, have a sleep. You'll wake up and you'll feel better, and your
Yeah.
brain will be more functional. It works that way for computers too. And
Yeah.
it does my head in, I have to admit.
And people say to me, "Oh, you're a Christian as well. How do you get along with so many people?" Like, because I agree to disagree with a lot of people, and I'm fine with them, their point of view, because they're human. And they're
Yeah.
like, "Oh, what do you think of this person?" Like, they're human, like you and me. "Oh, what do you
Mm.
think of that person?" They're human, like you and me. And then they just sort of go, "Oh, you're not going to partake in this gossip."
Yeah. Yeah, just don't be a dick to people. Again, the same thing with not being a Christian. Well, how do you be friendly with Christians? It's like if someone's not a jerk, it doesn't particularly bother me about their belief system. And I'm not going to harass it. If anyone asks me where I sit, then I'll answer honestly.
Mm,
But the short version is, well, don't be a dick. Just don't be a dick to people. And it's fine. And the same thing, whatever someone's belief system is, if it doesn't involve them being a dick to people, I'm fine with it. But it's only
yeah.
when people use either politics or faith or whatever as their excuse to be horrible, then I'll say something.
Yeah, I knew one person that's like, I'm a liberal supporter and this, that. And I'm thinking, okay, good for you. And then they started attacking me verbally, and I was just like, okay, just.
Yeah, jog on, sunshine, jog on. There's a funny meme I've seen circulated. People saying like, where someone says, "Oh, I'm being persecuted for my beliefs as a conservative," and the other person, "Oh no, are you being persecuted because you argue for lower taxes?" And they go, "No, that's not it." "Oh, are you being persecuted because you talk about less government regulation in business?" "No, that's not it." "Then what conservative values are you being persecuted for?" And they just go quiet and go, "Oh, you know what I mean." It's like, and what they're saying, it's not because of my conservative politics. It's because I say bigoted shit and people won't let me get away with it, and therefore I'm the victim here. And it's like, no, dude, you can follow a particular political belief without being garbage to people. It's as simple as that.
Mm,
As soon as you garbage to people, I'm gonna kind of hold you to account on that.
yeah,
But
I just noticed recently, in fact, today, that I liked Tony Robbins' page, but I disagree with that guy because he's like, oh, he like asked somebody who said, "Oh, how are you doing?" He's like, "I feel like killing myself." And then he's like, "Oh, you got crap shoes. You're cured." I'm thinking, no, it's not how it works, Tony Robbins. Not how it works.
yeah. Yeah, some of his stuff's okay, but yeah, some of it is like, no, dude,
Garbage.
you're talking crap. But yeah, I mean, again, I don't know enough about him, but Tony Robbins doesn't really come across as like a hateful person to me. But some of the stuff he says is, no, dude, that's just bullshit. Why are you saying that? That's not
Oh,
right.
I used to follow him a lot,
Yeah.
and I came out of it going, "No, that's not so not true." Or a lot of what you're saying.
Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, some of his stuff's fine, but then sometimes he says stuff and it's like, no, dude, that's just stupid. No, that's what you're saying is
Yeah,
not.
like when he was trying to convince a lady at a seminar to break it off with her partner, and she broke it off with a partner, and then after the seminar she got back together with him anyway,
Hmm.
because she's just like, I don't know why you got me to do that.
Yeah, yeah. It's kind of like when people who have good insights in one area or are intelligent in one area decide they know everything about everything, and they start going out into areas that they just have no expertise in, and it's like, no, kind of stick to your lane, sunshine, and
Exactly.
better.
Yeah, I'm never going to claim to know everything because, sure, I've got a high IQ and all that, but at the same time, there are some things that other people know that I don't know,
Yeah.
or a lot of things that people know
Yeah.
that I don't know because you don't know what you don't know.
Yeah. And also, when you look at expertise in fields over the centuries, like with science and mathematics and philosophy and art and whatnot, you get some people who have hyper focused. And it's like, okay, if someone spent 40 years focused on this one thing, I can't compete with what they've learned on that because they hyper focused their entire adult life on this
Hmm.
thing. But general knowledge, I'm quite good. But when someone who is a legit expert in something because they've just gone deeply into it for decades, you go, okay, there's no way I have their level of understanding on this. But that's the trouble. Sometimes you get someone who is that in one field and they just decide, yeah, I'm super smart. I know everything about everything. And they start
Yeah,
about stuff that they have no understanding of. And like,
kind of
geez.
like when I was in Mensa at the age of 7, they were like, "We don't care your age. You're really intelligent." I'm thinking, well, you guys don't get me.
Also, yeah, no, Mensa, again, not everyone in Mensa is a dick, but Mensa is full of people who are dicks. And there's
Yeah,
a
that's my
really
experience anyway.
It's a really funny podcast called, it's a limited podcast, so it's completely self-contained. You can find it's called My Year in Mensa.
Oh, I've heard this.
Yeah, it's done by this comedian. She's very funny. And almost for a joke, once she did the Mensa entrance exam and she was going to make jokes about how badly she failed it, but she actually did quite well in it and she qualified for Mensa membership. And so she spent a year, she had Mensa membership for a year and
Then
um,
stop paying for it.
yeah, but for that year, she went to their conventions and seminars and whatnot, and there's a whole bunch of really bad people in Mensa. Like in anything, in virtually anything you want to say, there's going to be some bad people involved in it. But there are definitely some very bad people involved in Mensa. Um,
Mm.
just awful people. But yeah.
Oh
I
yeah,
like what nobody's saying. It's like, yeah, the attitude someone goes, I read a book, so I know everything. Um, but yes, I think we should, and as he's saying, we should be students in life. Yeah, you can be a teacher, but the best teachers consider themselves to still be students as well. So,
yeah. And Simon Sinek says, "Don't be afraid to admit you don't know when you don't know."
hmm. Yes. Oh, and that's the biggest thing. You find real experts won't be shy about saying when they don't know something. Whereas people who aren't experts will refuse to admit when they don't know something. It's terrible.
Yeah.
Oh, Begalich is saying, I think his dad said something, a high school science teacher said to me, an expert, like, oh, you think you're an expert? Well, that's two parts. Ex meaning former and spurt meaning a drip under pressure. So
Oh
you're a
man.
former drip under pressure. Yes, Ray, it is. That's Jamie Loftus, very funny comedian, American comedian. She did My Year in Mensa. And apparently she's got another one, which I haven't heard yet, but it's a more serious one where she does a deep dive exploration into the book Lolita and the cultural phenomenon around it, the film and how people see it and what it really means and all that. And I've heard very good reviews of that podcast. I haven't heard it yet,
Well, yeah, it's kind of reminds me of my favorite movie called Yellow Submarine, and people say to me, you have to be on drugs in order to watch that movie." I'm like, "Not really."
No, not really, but it helps.
Oh, I've never really taken
No,
any
no,
illicit
no. I'm,
drugs,
I'm,
but
I'm, I'm joking, but
I
um,
know.
shit. Sorry, I was just pouring something, and it did that thing where it spilled. Instead of all going out the spout, it kind of stuck to the jug and made a mess, and also
Oh
ended up
no.
in my pants. So that's okay. I'm just filtering my drink for a third time, so it looks beautiful. Okay, watch me drop it now, and I will swear for about 15 minutes non-stop if that happens. No, I got it safely out of the way. It's a miracle. I'm so worried about how clumsy I am. I'm always dropping things, and it's kind of like Abigail always jokes about breaking glasses whenever I make stuff for two reasons. When Abigail and Annette were over here on New Year's Eve, they did break one of my glasses. And second, in a live stream a while ago, I was making a cocktail. The shaker had already been very cold, so it had condensation on it and it was slippery, and I didn't hold it properly. And I'm sitting here like this, and I shook it, and it flew out of my hands because it was wet and slippery and
Oh
smashed
no.
glasses. And I was like, I hadn't even been drinking. It's just that the metal shaker had condensation all over it, so it was slippery, and I didn't allow for that. And I went shake, and it shot straight out of my hands and
Oh
smashed.
no.
Not
Oh
good.
yeah, and yeah, I do like live streams unless they've got music in them. It's like, no, you're breaking copyright there.
Yeah. I mean, if it didn't break copyright, I'd love to play the occasional stuff like, all the various music I've been into over the decades, just sharing like, oh, here's a really wild, oh, look at this film clip. This film clip's wild. But you get pinged for copyright straight away if you do that. So,
Yeah. Did you know that film called Yesterday spent like how many ever $1 million just to play those Beatles songs, just to
oh,
sing them?
licensing must have cost a fortune. Yeah.
Yeah, it's because
That was pretty good. I thought the first 2/3 of the film was very good, and I wasn't completely on board with the way it ended. It's like, oh,
neither was I. I was sort of like, okay, yep. And I'm
we can
not
do
going to
spoilers. The
reveal it.
movie's been out for 2 years. Okay, so
Oh,
spoiler alert. We're going to talk about a movie that's been out for 2 years. So it's your fault if you haven't seen it. But we'll try and keep spoilers to a minimum. But if there's a particular thing you want to point out, yeah.
it's like, oh, so you have been, oh, so you have done a bad thing. Oh, that turns me on. It's like, okay, rightio.
Mm. It was just generally for those who don't know the basic synopsis of the film. There's this guy who's a struggling singer songwriter, and he's just got to the point where I'm never gonna make it. I'm never gonna break through. I give up. And he has an accident on his bike, and at the exact incident, he comes off his bike, like goes over the handlebar and smashes his face into the ground and breaks his teeth. Something weird happens. All the electricity in the world goes off for about 2
Oh
seconds
yeah.
and then comes back. And he wakes up in hospital and he's like, okay. And then he's catching up with his friends, and he gets given a guitar as a birthday present. He's with some people. And so he plays a song for them to test out the guitar. And he does Yesterday, one of the more famous Beatles songs. And they all go, that's absolutely beautiful. When did you write that? And he's going, I didn't write that.
Paul McCartney did.
And it's the running joke. Something happened. Nobody in the world but him remembers the Beatles. And he's like, you're kidding. How is that possible? So he's in a world that's slightly different. And one of the big differences is the Beatles never existed. But he remembers all the Beatles songs. So he progressively, he tries to bring him back, and he becomes a huge star because he just keeps bringing out these amazing songs. They're Beatles songs. So that's the basic premise. It's a comedy. It's very funny. I really liked the first 2/3, 3/4 of the movie. Not really on board with how it ended, but the ending wasn't terrible, but it kind of sunk down a bit, I think. But that was just my. But
then those other people remembered the Beatles too, and then they gave him John Lennon's address.
Yeah, it turns out a very small, like a tiny number of people, like a handful of people in the entire world remember the Beatles. And this guy happened to be a talented musician. So
I reckon if that happened in real life, I'd be one of those people that would remember.
Yeah. So it is really quite funny. But for my money, it doesn't really get there in the end, but it's better than a lot of films. Oh, Raiders, you're asking how do Instagram users, and for that matter, TikTok users, get away with music copyright breaches? Instagram and TikTok must have some, because the videos are so short, they must have some sort of licensing thing with the music companies. That's all.
Although there was the incident where the police officers played the Beatles songs and then the videos got taken off.
That was a joke. Like, if someone you don't like is doing something in public and videoing you, play copyrighted songs, because the video will get taken off the internet if you do. And yeah, apparently coppers did it. Oh yeah, Stella, that was also a good joke. Besides the Beatles not existing, Oasis don't exist in this world, because Oasis only exist because of how obsessed the Gallagher brothers were with the Beatles. So if the Beatles exist, Oasis don't exist.
What was the name of that band again that really picked up after that song Lovely Rita? I think it was either Pink Floyd, or they were like, oh, that sounds like a great idea. Let's just keep on going with music. I don't remember the band name.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Stella, that was another good joke, because Ed Sheeran is actually in the movie playing himself. And he like produces this guy's album. And when he's singing Hey Jude, he goes, I've got a suggestion. I don't know who
Hey
Jude
Dude.
is. Change it to Hey Dude. It's just like,
yeah, that's
actually on the surface a good suggestion.
Yeah. I actually love that song, Hey Jude, especially when Paul McCartney pulls off that falsetto. It's like, wow.
Yeah. Oh, the Beatles did a heap of good songs. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, and in the original recording of Hey Jude, you can hear John Lennon saying effing hell very quietly, effing hell, because his headphones were too loud.
Yeah. So, yes, the movie Yesterday is a good bit of light entertainment, and particularly if you like Beatles music, because it's got a lot of Beatles songs in it.
And people also thought that Paul McCartney had a secret lover named Martha, because he wrote Martha, My Dear, and he's like, actually, no, Martha, my dear, Martha is actually my dog.
Yeah, and even just weird stuff, like some of their song lyrics was just about street names or shops when they grew up, and people are trying to ascribe some deep meaning, and they're like, no, it's just a thing I remembered from my old neighborhood.
Oh, yeah, and there was the teacher that John Lennon hated so much, and then he found out that this teacher was describing Beatles music meaning interpretations of his own interpretations to the class. Then John Lennon got so pissed off with that and said, this song's for you, I'm the walrus.
Cuckoo Cajoo, yes.
And then in Glass Onion, it's like, I told you about the walrus and me, man, where it's close as can be, man. Here's another clue for you, all the walrus was Paul. And then in the song God, he said, I was the walrus, but now I'm just John.
Yeah, and putting that sort of weird pseudo-mystic stuff in lyrics makes people go nuts and come up with all these interpretations. And
oh yeah, like Paul McCartney being dead. Yeah,
dead, like... and you soon learn you can't be in the public eye without people making up weird shit about you.
Yeah,
people are.
And Paul McCartney had that badge, an OP badge. People thought it was OPD, officially pronounced dead. but it was actually an OPP. It was Ontario Provincial Police.
Yeah. But even look, my very limited exposure to the world on YouTube had people making up weird shit about me. And it's just like, and I never got worked up about it because I went, nah, it's just what people do. They kind of obsess a bit and just make up stuff that's just not true. And you just live with it. It's kind of, I always remember an interview with Dustin Hoffman, and it was from years ago, but he's just saying, like, if I remember properly, you see those tabloid magazines, sometimes I'd be on them and I couldn't help but read the articles, and it would just be absolutely made up, like nothing to do with reality. They've just made it up. It's complete bullshit. And I just go, man, these people just make stuff up. And then I'd look at an article about someone else and go, oh my God, I can't believe they did that. And it's just like, it's like he already knows objectively they make it up because they make up stuff about him. But he said it was really hard to remember that when you saw something about someone else, because I'd see this outrageous story about someone else and I just go, oh, I can't believe they did that. That's, oh, wow. And because you just forget.
Yeah. Speaking of made up things, I remember when I went in for a free personality test for the Church of Scientology.
Oh my God, yeah.
I asked them, they're like, you often ponder over your own inferiority. I'm like, no, but I've got a question for you. They're like, okay, we don't normally do that, but what's your question? I'm like, have you been taught to be cautious? And then they brought somebody else in. They said, we don't let Freemasons in. And I'm like, actually, I'm a born again Christian. Oh, that's even worse. Please never come in here again.
all they're looking for is vulnerable people. I've done their personality.
Yeah.
And they are very creepy, dangerous people who seek out vulnerable people and exploit their weaknesses and insecurities to fuck their lives up. They are very dangerous.
It reminded me of John Safran doing that Scientology segment on John Safran versus God. It was so good. And it's like, tonight on Channel 9, it's Battlefield Earth. Tomorrow night on Channel 9, starring John Travolta, is Battlefield Earth.
Yeah. Well, even there was that. There was another John Travolta film that I quite liked. As a lesser known John Travolta one, it's called Phenomenon.
Oh yeah, that one.
That's Scientology propaganda. That's the whole thing with his brain unlocking all this power. That is low-key Scientology propaganda. So that's what it is, yeah. Oh, yeah, and rated preferably rich, vulnerable people. The Scientologists definitely want people with money to exploit.
Yeah, they were just like, oh, we heard you got money, so let's ask you questions. I'm thinking, no thanks.
Yeah. Again, checking on it. Yes, Tom Cruise thinks he and David Miscavige are the most important people in the world, which is frightening. Absolutely frightening.
It is frightening because they're not the most important people in the world. In fact, with a lot of people, they need to realize they're egotistical. And they need to realize that most people just don't care.
Yeah,
I had a rude awakening too. Like, it's like I got hit by a car and people were like, we actually don't care. We don't know you. But on Lee Kennedy, they're like, we don't care who you are. And I'm like, oh, okay.
Through that, because that's pretty goddamn traumatic. But
yeah. But the thing is, I learned to not be a prima donna, which is someone with an escalated sense of self-importance.
Which is a good lesson to learn. That's a fairly painful way to learn it, but the glass half full. I quite like one of the podcasts I'm always talking about on these streams is the Blind Boy podcast. It's an Irish comedian, was in a musical outfit called Rubber Bandits, but he's very well educated and well read, and his podcasts are really interesting because he really researches things and then does his hot take based on his research, where he threads things together. But he is also very much into being positive about mental health and whatnot. And because he did study psychology at university. He was never a practicing psychologist or anything, but he talks about general mental health things. And the one thing he says is you need positive self-esteem. And positive self-esteem is not being overconfident, is
No, it's not.
not thinking you're better than anyone else. He says it's you need an internal self-locus of evaluation of yourself. And he said the fundamental thing of having positive self-esteem is acknowledging I am no better than anyone else. No one else is better than me. I have intrinsic value, and humans are too different to waste time comparing them. So
exactly.
Which is a really good way of looking at things.
Yeah, I said to a group of people, I said, you're all significant because you're all different, you're all human, and you are significant in your own way. And they were like, oh, wow, we feel so inspired.
Yeah, just giving people a positive message and uplifting them is, it's a really good thing to do.
Yeah, one time when I was going through a round of depression, someone said to me, you are significant. And I'm like, why? Thank you. Easy for you to say because you've been on the International Space Station. This was on Google Plus too, of all areas.
Yeah.
It was Chris Hadfield.
He's a pretty cool person.
He is. And he's Canadian.
He is. He's a Canadian astronaut. Of the various things he did, first he did that great version of Space Oddity. He actually did it on the space station, which was pretty cool.
Yeah, he dedicated it to David Bowie and everything.
Yeah. And it initially got taken off the internet because of copyright by his record company. And then David Bowie found out.
Said, no, it's fine.
Yeah. Well, apparently he contacted the record company and had serious words with them and said, no, you withdraw that claim or you and me are going to have a problem.
Yeah. And I remember when on, I think it was like Australian Idol or something, or Australia's Got Talent, somebody sang a John Lennon song, and then they got voted off because they were like, "Nah, you're pathetic. You're a pathetic singer." And then apparently Yoko Ono actually watched that video and said, "No, that person's actually a really good rendition of my late husband's music."
Yeah, it's all different people view things differently. The other thing I like that our man Chris Hadfield did, I forget, someone asked I think someone had actually asked the question, like, what happens if you cry in space? And I don't know how he made himself cry, but he did. And it was fascinating because with no gravity, the tears just pooled around the eye, like they didn't run down his face, and they just pooled around his eye, and it was absolutely surreal.
Yeah.
Pool of water around his eyes get bigger. Absolutely fascinating bit of science.
Yeah. One thing I definitely remember having a dream about was singing a national anthem, and it's like one part of it's like we see thee rise a true north strong and free. I'm like, oh Canada. I'm like, okay, I must be obsessed with Canada or something, but yeah.
That's pretty good. So it just also reminded me, I did see another video of an astronaut, someone who'd been on the space station for a long time, and he's giving a talk in a school, and he's explaining something, and he had a notepad. I think it was maybe like a little whiteboard and a marker, and he's drawing something on it and going da 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 da, and then he like put the marker up like this, and he wasn't watching it, and he let go of it, and of course it fell to the ground.
And then he went to grab it again.
Yeah, he showed the kids what he'd drawn, and then he reached into the air to get the marker, and it wasn't there. And he was really confused for a second, and then he looked at the ground. Oh yeah, of course it's on the ground. I'm back on Earth. It was
gravity. And then like so many people were like trying to say, oh, well, it's all fake. Space isn't real. And then he did that, and they're like, oh, he faked that too. I'm thinking, no, he didn't.
They're idiot. Oh, Megaleech is saying, if he recalls correctly, Chris Hadfield cut onions in front of his eyes to make himself cry. That would make sense. And Choking on Ashes, ex-father-in-law worked with David Bowie. His name is Alan Mayer, in a band later called The Only Ones. Cool.
That is so cool.
Connections like that.
Oh yeah, and if you want to know a certain band called The Tragically Hip, apparently they were hated because they were from Canada, and like the Americans were like, "Oh, we don't like their band because they're Canadian." It's like I'm not too sure how true that is, but
now, I remember The Tragically Hip. I liked some of their stuff. I honestly can't remember their songs off the top of my head, but I remember the band name, and I'm sure they had a couple songs that I liked. But
yeah, and I was watching a video a couple of years ago. It's like how to be Canadian, and I just watched it for humor value. And this girl's like, "Oh, you're my dream, Justin," and people thought she was referring to Justin Bieber. And then then the camera shows the photo that she was talking to with a photo of Justin Trudeau, and I'm thinking,
he's kind of a pin-up like Justin Bieber.
Yeah.
My favorite joke I saw, it was like in the first year of Trump's presidency, someone called Justin Trudeau Mr. Steal Your Girlfriend, and it just showed all these people, all these women looking at him, and it was a succession of photos of famous women, though for some reason sharing a stage with Justin Trudeau, and they're just looking at him lovingly, and it got down to Ivanka Trump, like Donald Trump's daughter, looking at him really dreamily and whatnot. But the final picture was Donald Trump looking looking at him with this dreamy smile, going, It was pretty.
Oh, that's creepy.
It's creepy but funny.
Oh, I can laugh at creepy things.
Yeah,
to a degree.
Yeah. I'm just trying to get my.
But whenever I see that particular person, I just want to turn the TV off.
That's absolutely fair. Yes, Choking on Ashes. It's Melania as well. Within the group of people looking lovingly at Trudeau was both Ivanka and Melania. But this final picture of Trump looking at him dreamily was just perfect. I loved it. It was so funny.
Yeah. Remember there was that movie with those dogs in it, like an animated film with dogs, the Queen's dogs, and then Donald Trump was actually in that one as well as the animated character, one of the animated characters.
Oh my God.
Like, oh, the president's visiting, and then it's like, oh, okay, then.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm grabbing a couple things, but I'm still talking. Don't worry about me. I'm still here.
It's all right.
A cloth, because I've managed to make sort of a wet, sticky bit here, and I just don't want to get stuck in it. So I've got to wipe that up, and I got to get.
Yes, Pepsi Max, isn't it? That was.
Oh yeah, it was the whole thing with the Pepsi Max. That'll go sticky if I leave it. So, got to get a knife and a plate and one of my apples. I've got some apples over here. Went to the supermarket and bought apples specifically to make this cocktail. So,
oh, cool.
Yeah. So first.
Yep, I'm going to have to go very soon because my battery's dying on me. It makes me regret switching to an Oppo from an iPhone because I like iPhones.
That's fair. Well, we can maybe tag team. I think nobody's going to join us now.
Oh, yes. Heck yeah. I absolutely appreciate nobody.
I just love...
He appreciates you too, Lee.
With you. Yeah, funny, man. Like, I appreciate nobody. And just
turn my sound up a little bit.
All right. Okay, I've moved it up.
My lighting is shit because... My lighting is shit because the light doesn't do my eyes any favor. So
Oh no, don't worry about it, man. Don't
I mean,
worry
I
about
can
it.
even go as far as saying I love nobody as if he was my brother.
Oh,
I
well, that's
appreciate that. That's awesome, Leah. That's beautiful, man.
yes.
Yeah.
I'm trying to cut an apple garnish. Trying to cut a thin slice. And I'm probably going to hurt myself. No, I need a better knife. If I do it with this knife, I'll hurt myself.
Do you have a Tupperware knife, maybe?
I've got a good knife here. Where is it? So a bigger, sharper knife. So I'm
that's pretty decent.
Less likely to hurt myself. So
that's absolutely true. A blunt knife is actually far more dangerous than a sharp one.
Yeah, often people are scared of sharp knives, and you go, no, be scared of blunt knives.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You have to respect a sharp knife.
Au revoir. I shall go.
All right, au revoir.
Yeah.
Nice to see you, Lee.
All right, peace and love.
Just kidding. You're buggering off, Lee.
Oh, my phone's going flat, so I need to.
Fair enough, mate.
All right,
good
see
to
you.
see you anyway.
Good to see you too.
See you later, Lee.
And no, it's not because Andrew has knives.
You're saying me with knives makes him anxious, but that's okay. So yeah,
Calling that a big knife. Hang on a second. Shit.
All right.
Oh fuck.
I'm reasonably happy with how I did that. So because I'm not always that good with chopping stuff up. But it's a while since my last drink, so I've sobered up. So now I also want to chop off. This is going to be a little bit involved.
Pain's not my friend.
Pain's no one's friend.
Yeah, I was just thinking of Crocodile Dundee, about that's a knife.
Yep, that's a knife. Oh, that's a knife. Hey, speaking of knives, that was
pretty
a bad
sharp too. That was a bit of paper.
A knife?
Let's see how we go.
I always tried to do that. We would just talk, ooh, how sharp is this? Oh, sexy. So I'm just chopping
Not
up.
bad. Let's put this away. I am under the influence of painkillers and alcohol. I should not be playing with knives.
Keep it to a minimum, certainly. Yeah.
I must say, I'm very appreciative of the painkillers because I am in far less pain now that they've kicked in.
Well, that's good. That's good.
Chokin Onashi 61.
Choking on ashes.
That name has too many syllables.
Choking on ashes. G'day, get choking on ashes. So why are you in so much pain, nobody?
I have been doing some manual labor today, and I've reminded myself why I am on disability pension. You see, I did some volunteer with others. Like I didn't do it on my own. I spent the day at the church ground doing some essential maintenance, and I am not exaggerating when I say the grass was near a meter tall. And wow. I'm also not exaggerating when I say that it was as thick as my phone charging cable. Like the strands of grass. It was more like fucking straw. It was fucked. Yeah. And we didn't have a slasher. There was a ride-on mower on site, and I took my whipper snipper, and it took 2 hours to clear us a space approximately the size of 2 car parking bays. It was fucked.
That sounds pretty fucked, yeah.
Yeah.
And of course, then you've got to rake that stuff away so that you can see where you've actually fucking been. And long story short, it was fucked, and my back is fucked. My back's just done.
I remember
I'm only able to stand up because I'm on painkillers now.
I remember in '97 when we first moved out to the place that I live in now. Like I said, it's an acre block. And there was some fuck up after, like, we bought the house and the people that were living here were moving somewhere else, and we ended up not being able to move in here like straight away. It ended up being like a month or something like that after the people moved out. And during that time, no one was here to take care of the lawns, of course. So we've arrived here, and the 1 acre block just looked like a fucking, the beginnings of a rainforest type thing.
Oh, wow, painful.
Just chockers full of fucking grass and weeds and shit everywhere. And
so fucked.
where we lived before, of course, was just this tiny little block. In suburbia, like a housing commission type block, so less than a quarter acre. So all we had was this tiny little, old school mower where, like, the top, like, to start it, you had this wind up thing on the top of it that you had to wind and wind and wind,
Yeah,
and then you hit the
thing.
then you hit the latch and it starts up. So we had one of them. Using that with a grass catcher for a 1 acre block took me 3.5 solid days.
Yeah, that would have been so fucked
on so many levels. Ended up.
I remember doing a third of an acre by hand, and that was fucked. And it was relatively under control. I got a ride-on mower for that purpose. The church is now benefiting from the ride-on mower. I no longer require it, so they're using it.
We got this lovely 27-inch self-propelled thingy where you've got a handle on the top that you've got to pull down, and that actually engages the blades.
Yeah.
But then you've got a handle on the underside of it that you pick up, and then it's self-propelled, and all you got to do is steer it.
I actually find those things to be more trouble than they're fucking worth.
For the 1 acre block, like on the large bits, it's great. But once you get into those small bits, like trying to get underneath the trees or around the tree trunk, yeah, they are. They weighed an absolute ton. So we had that for a few years, and it finally gave up the ghost. And then it was time to get ourselves another mower. So we got our first ever ride-on, and we still had the little wind-up mower that we still had and stuff like that. And with the mixture of the ride-on and that, we could get the lawns done inside of half a day. And that's what we stick with now. That and
when I switched
we've
to
also
using the ride-on
whippersnipper as well.
The third of an acre was actually really very. I actually rented the place fucking cheap too. It was great. I missed that place. It went from being a few hours to like an hour just by getting the ride on doing it. And the ride on actually, I've got the catcher for it and everything, but it needs new blades. It's not flicking up the chute. Doesn't clear, but I'll deal with that.
So where is everybody? Where is everybody tonight? Normally, a Friday nights is like 10 of us.
Yeah, which is much better because then my screen is nice and small.
Yeah, it's just different things, different nights. I don't know.
Yeah, and I apologize that my dog had to move into the camera shot in order to show everybody how he licks his dick.
Yeah, I like that.
Dogs do that. Dogs do that.
Well, you know why dogs lick their dick, don't you?
Because they can.
Because they can.
That's to take the taste of the dog food out of their mouth.
Yeah, something like that. There's another joke I heard about two old fellas in a pub having a drink, and there's a dog by the bar, and it's licking its balls and really going to town. And one bloke says to the other, "Geez, I wish I could do that." And the other bloke says, "Well, he looks kind of friendly. Start with a pat."
I remember reading a joke. It's one of those email things, when memes were posted in emails instead of Facebook or whatever. So the joke is, I'm in the queue at the shopping center, and a lady behind me sees a big bag of meaty bites, in the trolley, and she goes, "Oh, you have a dog." "Oh no, that's for me." I can see she's quite puzzled. I said, I'm on the meaty bites diet. It's very effective for weight loss. The way it works is they're nutritionally balanced. You carry a handful of them in your pocket, and when you feel like snacking, instead of getting something from junk food or whatever, you just pop a couple of those, chew them up, and it satisfies your craving. I've been off them for a little while after a stay in hospital, and she was a bit horrified. She goes, "Why were you in hospital? Did you get poisoning off them?" I said, No, it wasn't like that. I was in the middle of the road licking my dick when I got hit by a car.
It reminds me of one of the lines from I think it's Lethal Weapon 3, I think it is, where Riggs, just as a bit of a joke, he bites into a dog bone, but towards the end of the episode, he's actually picking one out to have a snack, and Danny Glover, whatever his name is, turns around to him and goes, "You actually like those things, huh?" And he goes, "Yeah, but I'm thinking I'm going to have to give them up." And he goes, "Why is that?" And he goes, "Because every time I try to lick my balls, I fall off the couch."
Yeah, it was
oh dear. So I was just wondering if you fine gentlemen are in a chatty mood, if I could leave you for 10 minutes because I want to make another cocktail that involves me shredding up some apple because I'm getting a bit creative here.
Well,
Okay, it's just so long as you tell me what the heck is with that tie there. It looks like a Serengeti type of thing going on.
It is. It's basically that, but it's actually a Jurassic Park tie. The bottom of it has a T-Rex. So it's the sunset over the trees. So you actually picked fairly well what that was. But the bottom bit of it is a T-Rex. This is one of my oldest ties. This may be the first novelty tie I ever bought, actually.
Funky.
Yeah, but so it's a Jurassic Park tie. But because of the vest, you don't see the T-Rex. You only see the sunset. But that's just me being mysterious. When people look at me and go, you have a sunset tie. I mean, you don't know what I have on my tie. I'm a man of mystery.
Well, I guess the real question now is what's on your underwear, Angry?
You would ask that, wouldn't you?
I think it's one of the boring ones. Yeah, like some Bonds trunks. But every now and then, I might be able to say, oh, no, I'm wearing a leopard print today. I just buy. Yeah, they've packed when they're on sale. Look, there's a packet that's on sale. And sometimes they're plain and sometimes they're a bit outlandish. I think it's a plain, like I literally think it's like black Bonds trunks. But no leopard skin today. And I do actually have Doctor Who undies as well. I have these trunk ones that have Doctor Who comics all over them. So you never know. So you ask it on a certain night, you might get a much more interesting answer. So
wait till there's a couple more cocktails involved. So
exactly right. Exactly.
All right, you go for it, Angry. I'm sure that nobody and I can chat for a while.
I think you fine gentlemen can run things for a while. I will just
check
if my microphone.
Nope, you're all good. So yeah,
calling fine gentlemen.
You take that back. No, I had to fix up a client's PC, and it was driving me nuts all bloody day. The one last night after you and I were in the after party type thing. The one last night when I got out there, all I literally had to do with that thing was turn it on and off again, and it worked, which is absolutely infuriating when you got to drive 45 minutes to get there. You do 3 seconds worth of work, and then you got to just drive home. It's just like, but get paid for it.
Yeah.
No, I had this client drop off their PC this morning. I built it for them last year, and it wasn't like it would sometimes boot into Windows, and other times it would like power cycle to turn on and off and on and off.
I had a computer that was like that. I ended up the motherboard was rooted.
No, well, it turns out that of all things, I've been working on computers since I was 15, so 25 years.
Yeah,
in my entire 25 years, I've never come across this. It was actually the memory controller on the CPU of all things to give up the ghost, and it took me forever to diagnose it.
Do that. There was a range of Toshiba Satellite Pros that had no, it wasn't a memory controller; it was a power controller on the motherboard under the CPU.
Yeah.
And it was a glorified capacitor. Anyway, it'd go bad, and the workaround was to go into Device Manager in safe mode and then disable the driver for the CPU cores.
There was a MacBook.
It worked for a while until eventually it would auto defecate, which is fancy speak for it shitting itself.
There was a MacBook, I think it was the 2014 model, and it had both a built-in graphics card, like your normal everyday integrated graphics, and it also had like a standalone Radeon graphics card that was in it as well. And in these laptops, the thing that would always die were these Radeon graphics cards. Like the rest of the laptop would be perfectly fine, but these Radeon graphics cards would shit themselves. And the most ridiculous part is the greatest majority of people that bought these laptops did not need the Radeon graphics to do what it is that they bought the laptop for.
Extract, flick.
No, well, that's the thing, is if you took it out, the laptop wouldn't boot because it had this, like a pass-through thing for it and all of that, so you couldn't extract it. But there was some entrepreneurial bastard out there that figured out this little clip that you could literally solder over the top of it, which would disable the GPU aspect of it, but allowed the electricity to flow through it so that the laptop would still boot up.
You'd have the
And
pass
all
through,
of
but not the GPU.
I would be absolutely amazed if you came across one of those laptops, one of those MacBooks, where the Radeon graphics was still working on it and it wasn't just a pass-through chip that had been put onto it afterwards. I'm wondering if that that jug that he's holding, if it's going to shatter in his hands while he's using the blender, because that's a bit worrying.
Have you ever seen the Super Slow Show, the slow-mo guys, where they deliberately thermal shocked a Pyrex jug? They did it to several of them.
Yes.
Doesn't that reaction happen awfully fucking quick?
Doesn't it ever?
Like, you look at this thing that's filming at like 28,000 frames per second, drop, and you just see this cricket, like in a couple of frames, it's fucking gone. They just for the hell of it, they uploaded the raw file to YouTube of one of the things, and it was something like almost 20 hours of footage.
Wow. It's crazy. Like those slow-mo cameras that those guys have got, though, they're no fucking joke.
They are pretty heavy duty shit.
Yeah, and they're like stupendously expensive. And as it turns
they're like
out,
10 grand.
Yeah, but as it turns out, their original camera, they won it in some kind of contest that they entered just as a shits and giggles. Oh, if we get the camera to be, wouldn't that be hilarious type thing? And lo and behold, they bloody won. Is the urban legend that goes around about it, whether or not it's true.
Yeah, well, I don't know. They'd been hiring out cameras and stuff like that for their professional work in the film industry. So they obviously were fairly well acquainted with the equipment, knew how to work it and everything.
Yeah. They did like film and TV together in uni or something like that, and they that's how they got to know each other. But they won the camera just by happenstance. And
filming for them is actually quite tricky because they live in different countries. Gav, I believe, lives in the States, and Dan still lives in the UK.
Yeah, no, it used to be like a relatively easy thing for them to get together pre-COVID, but now during COVID
kind of fucked that for them.
Well, COVID kind of fucked everything, really. So
COVID did. Bad COVID.
Speaking of, I just got a call from my doctor today. I'm in the queue to go out, I think it's next week, and get my shot. My wife, myself, and my brother are all part of the 1B group. So, because I'm on methotrexate for the rheumatoid arthritis, that means that I am immunocompromised. My wife is a disability worker, and my brother disabled. So, fun times. But so finished off that PC, drove out, dropped it off to the client, went over to another friend of mine's place that had left like a bunch of his stuff in the back of my car the other day. So decided to drop all of that off to him. As I was dropping that off, we left the door open as we were like carting bags in and out of this house. And I've turned around to go out to my car to grab the last bag that was there. And this random dog that we have never seen before just walked straight in like as if it owned the place.
Perhaps belonged to a previous occupant?
No, it was from like 3 or 4 doors down. The lady was out there looking for a dog. It was just this perfectly friendly, like Labrador mix of other things. But no, it was just perfectly friendly, and it just saw people inside and went, "People, I want pats," and just came straight on in.
Well, somebody's dog come running out of a yard just yesterday. I went for a brief walk. Shopping bags in my pockets. Let's see what fucking containers we can find to cash in, because that's my booze supply. And this dog comes running out the yard, and it just comes right up to me and is running circles around me, and then it's just going, "Pat." I gave it a pat and goes, "Thank you," and fucked off back into its yard.
Choking on Ash apparently had
now.
Choking on Ashes has already apparently had their first shot. You're a frontline worker, like a nurse or something, are you? We'll wait for them to reply. Yeah, no, I still say the best one was when I was walking years ago. I had a Staffy, and he was everybody's friend, never bit a thing, just the gentlest, beautiful dog that you ever met, biggest derp. And I took him for a walk one night, and the park that I used to take him to, you could take your dogs off leash there. It was fine. So I've taken him off leash, and he never really went all that far. And he's seen like a group of other dogs that he's just gone, "Ooh, friends, let's go meet the friends." And he's gone for a run to meet all of the other dogs. And all of the other dogs are like, "New dog that we haven't met before. We're going to sniff each other's butts." So,
As they do.
yep, they're all kind of doing the circle around each other and sniffing everything and whatnot. And I've kind of arrived, and there's all these people. "Yeah, hi, how you going? Yeah, nice dog, blah, 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 blah." And then one of the one of the people, she had one of those, those long sticks with like the scoop on the end that you can kind of scoop up the ball and chuck it like that. So she's thrown the ball for her dog, but Stud, he was big times for the tennis ball. So she's lobbed this tennis ball, and Stud's just ignored everybody and just gone hightailing it straight for the tennis ball.
I got it.
Beat her dog to the tennis ball, picked it up, ran straight up to the lady. What she didn't know is that we had taught Stud that he was supposed to let it go when he got a pat on the head. So he's arrived at her feet, and she was like, "Drop it, drop it." He's just there. He's just there, just looking at her, like, "Nah." And she was like, "He's not going to drop the ball." And I went, "I'll give him a pat on the head." She went, "Okay." And she's given him a bit of a scruff on the head. He's just dropped the ball and ran away and sat down. That lady was threatening to take him home on me. She was like, "Oh my God, that is the most adorable thing." Ah!
My cat has an interesting party trick, other than scratching people who try and pat her. If I've got something she really wants, her way of begging is she will stand on her hind legs and brush the backs of her ears with her front paws.
Oh, that's adorable.
There's video of it on my in my channel some fucking way.
I'll have a look. Choking on Ashes says, "No, it was just luck. My sister went to her appointment and some people had not turned up, so they were offering them to avoid chucking them away. I know a few people who have had a sore arm and have been a bit ill from side effects." Yeah, look, I mean, most people feel a little bit under the weather and a little bit ill after their flu shot, after whooping cough shots, after boosters for all sorts of things. So that's common.
Mum actually gets really sick from things like that. But my mum's got pretty bad chronic fatigue, so
right,
probably something to do with it. I mean,
no, but
the people who are all anti-vaxxer, I just say, fuck off, you cunt.
There's been some reports coming out of various countries where they've noticed a increase in people having blood clots after they've had the shot.
Bloody low though.
The stats are incredibly low, and the first paper actually got released for it last night, and I read it when I got home, and it is literally a case of people using correlation to equal causation when that's not the case. The greatest majority of people who have been found to have blood clots after they've had their shot were already in high risk groups for blood clots in the first place, in terms of age, in terms of lifestyle status, weight, smoking, drinking, all of those sorts of different things. So it's basically a case of they were at the doctors anyway, and that's why it got found out. It wasn't a case of, oh, they've gone into hospital with a heart attack. Oh, it's a blood clot. Oh, what happened there? So
so basically the link is even more distant than what I'd heard, and what I'd heard is that it was pretty fucking like it might have not. And what you've just said is basically it's probably unrelated.
The research so far shows that it is unrelated. When you're talking about, like when you look at the world amount of cases that have actually got the AstraZeneca vaccine, which is America, Australia, the UK, and a couple of places in Europe, we're talking about the better part of about 3 and a bit million doses that have been given out so far. And of that 3 and a bit million, it's been about 100 odd cases of people with blood clots. So it's statistically insignificant.
Fucking irrelevant.
100%.
I think of it. My brain's broken.
Insignificant.
Thank you. Yes, statistically insignificant.
Yeah. So no, like there's a few people that I know that aren't they're most certainly not anti-vax, but they're concerned about this vaccination because the misinformation campaign of it's been rushed and therefore it's been dangerous has been incredibly effective.
It's been done in a hurry, but it doesn't necessarily. I mean, there's been people saying, it's taken so damn long. And I go, yeah, checks and balances, fuckhead.
Yeah, no, well, I mean, yes, it has come out faster than, say, the MMR vaccine and a whole bunch of others, yes, but...
That's because people have actually really invested a shit ton of energy and money into getting it produced more quickly and getting... am I right?
Yeah, no, there's a lot more money that's been invested into it. The world scientific communities have come together without government interference, which makes a massive fucking difference.
Well, I think the Bill
getting rid of
Gates
all of the
Foundation
bureaucracy.
was behind a whole lot, wasn't they?
Bill Gates Foundation invested a whole lot, but so did Pfizer, so did Johnson & Johnson, world governments, and all of that sort of stuff. But it was also the combined efforts. Like, generally, like, each pharmaceutical company has got, one department are working on this part of whatever drug they're working on, and this other department working on this other part, and this other department working on another part. And that's throughout all of the different pharmaceuticals. But they turn around to all of these pharmaceutical companies together, turn around and said, let's all combine our resources and do the COVID. So there wasn't like all of these little bits and pieces that were working on this different medication and whatnot. Everybody was working on the COVID vaccine. So it came out faster, but I can understand why people are cautious so long as they accept the scientific consensus on the papers that have been released about the vaccines that have already been given out.
Yeah, if it was really dangerous, it wouldn't be out.
And provided that they're not turning around and saying, it gives you nanoparticles that can be controlled via 5G and therefore it's going to kill you or something like
Yes, at some point the 5G thing had to come into it.
There's just so much ridiculousness.
All I can say when it comes to the 5G conspiracies is that if stupidity was a capital crime, there'd be an abundance of vacancies for executioner roles.
There's a game called Postal 2.
I love that game. I've copied its sound files to use in Counter-Strike, Somebody displeases me and I've got Postal Dude's voice going, fuck you.
No, the one that I love was the human gene pool is stagnant and I am the minister of chlorine.
Yeah, the gene pool is stagnant and I am the minister of chlorine.
Did I just see you pull out a cigarette, nobody? No, that's not. No, that's just your mobile phone.
No, it's just my phone.
I was going to say, you haven't taken up bloody smoking.
Not in a hurry, mate, no. Just, I'm just thinking, I used some stuff out of Postal to make a really corny, crude audio file. So I took a clip of Donald Trump and I added some stuff out of Postal.
Okay.
Play it or fucking what? Bear with me. I don't seem to have sound. Give me sound, you bastard. Fucker. Right, where is it?
They will be met with fire and fury like the world has never seen. Fuck you. Now the flowers will grow.
Oh, lovely.
It just seems fitting for Trump.
Yeah, that is rather fitting for Trump. Anybody that's played that game knows where those sound effects come from.
I am the Postal guy. I'm not quite as good as the Postal dude.
Nobody, your voice has always been familiar to me, but I could never pick it. It's Postal guy.
The Postal dude's voice really is a golden voice.
Oh my god.
I heard him interviewed actually, and he wasn't even putting that voice on. That's just how he sounds.
Yeah, no. The guy's name is actually Rick Hunter.
And
seems
a pretty decent guy actually.
He's like his best work, his best known work is Postal 2. But he's been in like some documentaries and like little TV shorts and stuff like that, but he's not been like anywhere else. Like the main thing that he's known for is Postal 2, and I just think that's hilarious.
It's funny to me as well. Yes.
Oh my
Gene
god.
Pool is stagnant, and I am the Minister of Chlorine. I should put that into my slam library for Counter-Strike. Get a killing spree. The gene pool is stagnant. I've already got guns don't kill people. I do. Which
my god.
it's good if I want to piss people off. Be ultra conceited with that one after winning a death match or something.
You know that they're re-releasing Postal, right?
Well, I've got the Apocalypse Weekend, and I've actually got Paradise Lost.
Yeah, I think it's Paradise Lost that they're doing now. Hang on, I'm gonna just check it out. A friend of mine
Paradise
gifted.
Lost. Well, I've got it. I haven't got it legally, but I've got it.
No, a friend of mine give me Postal for Postal 4. No Regrets is what it's called.
Yeah,
and it's a
copy of that.
It's a work in progress, but a friend of mine gifted it to me for Christmas. And same voice actor.
It'd have to be better than. Well, it'd have to do. I think even the Postal team have actually picked on the Postal 3 game. They just fucking pay out on it because it was just not successful.
Choking on Ashes. We have no idea what Angry was making, but now that Angry's back, he might be able to answer that for us.
Yes. Okay. This one was for Quentin Tarantino's birthday, which is a week from tomorrow. So this video will go live next Friday night ahead of his birthday. It's called a Pulp Fiction, and I used apple pulp. I had a fresh apple and chopped it up and used a little hand blender, which actually took a bit of fucking about because when it was just the bits of apple, the blender said, I don't want to play. So then I actually made the drink and poured it into the apple pieces. And then the blender went, yeah, there's enough liquid. I can work with that. So it's pretty simple. So, well, no, actually, making the apple pulp was possibly not simple. It was a bit of a pain in the ass, quite honestly. But it's the apple pulp, brandy, and an apple liqueur. And that's it. And it's really yummy. Very refreshing.
It looks delicious.
Machinator, hello. A long time since the last time you Machinator on Twitch saying hello. Yes.
Hey, Machinator.
Which I think I mispronounced that username a lot, but hopefully I'll be forgiven. And it's topped with lemonade. Yes, that's why I've got lemonade here. So it's those things in lots of ice topped with lemonade. So
that's the way to go. My go-to drink is peach iced tea cordial with lemonade in a glass. Is actually really delicious.
Nice. That does sound good.
But if you use my homemade peach iced tea, it tastes like ass. My homemade peach iced tea only works with water. Doing it with lemonade doesn't work. But the store-bought one works great.
Good tip.
Nice.
Should keep that in mind.
Yeah. So also
speaking of, if you lovely gentlemen,
say hello to Not Willie G on Twitch as well, saying it looks delicious. You want it? You're of age. Good. Ooh, having a beer. Nice.
I will be right back.
You've got to come back. Okay.
Yeah, no, I'm going to go get myself a peach iced tea.
Now, sounds like a plan.
That's notice the sort of thing I should be drinking hopper instead of pale ale.
You might notice some more activity on my bed after I leave because the dogs will be like, "Why you left me?" But don't worry about it.
We'll be good.
Okay, I won't worry.
So yes, Not Willie G on Twitch looks delicious. Want to drink it? It's really nice. And the simpler recipe, if you don't want to piss about like I did, pulping up an apple with a blender, just use cloudy apple juice.
You're welcome to.
Yeah. Although you could, if you had a full-on blender, which I don't have, you could probably make a really good slushy out of that. Put apple pieces, ice, the brandy, and the apple liqueur, and just whiz it all up and pour it into a glass, and you'd probably have a high-quality slushy.
That sounds interesting.
That I don't have that sort of blender, so I can't do that. I'm actually reasonably happy with how this worked because when I had the apple chunk, I was just there with apple chunks and a thing in the blender, and the blender's going, no, I don't like it. I don't want to do it.
Do you realize what your hand gestures look like, Angry?
Yeah. Especially, man,
Was
this
that on
big.
purpose?
No, it wasn't. It wasn't. But as soon as you mentioned it, I knew what you meant.
Many people will be looking at me and go, "You trust you to fucking pick that." Like what I just played for Grasshopper off my phone before. I had a clip of Donald Trump threatening North Korea, and then the postal dude saying, "Fuck you," and then unzips his flying piss all over him. I'll play it again if you want.
Yeah.
It won't sound real good because it's just off my phone speaker instead of going through, but fuck it, There we go.
They will be met with fire and fury like the world has never seen. Fuck you. Now flowers will grow.
Oh, yeah.
I just think Trump deserved that,
Yeah, definitely. Oh, Mega Leech was asking where my apple slice garnish is. I did make it, and on my video it was on there, but I'll show you. See, it does sit nicely on the glass, my apple slice garnish, but every time you drink it, like hits you in the eye. So I
can be a bit of
that and took it off.
Did I ever tell you about my auntie who she went blind from drinking tea?
Oh, wow. What?
Yeah.
Oh, I know where this is going, but you go ahead.
Ow. Yeah, she forgot to take the teaspoon out.
Yeah.
Beauty, that is.
I got completely sucked into that joke the first time that I heard it as well.
Yeah.
The guy that told me, I was just like, oh, I don't know whether to hug you or punch you.
Yeah. There's a lot of jokes like that. I remember one that was popular like years ago with their friends. You tell this story about, oh man, I had this really fucking weird dream. I was a dog. It was like I was a pit bull and I was this really angry dog. And my owner was a psycho and had one of those spike collars, but put it on inside out. So the spikes were sticking into my neck to make me angry and would do it really tight. So it just dug in and it was bleeding. So I was always angry. And I woke up all freaked out and angry and went into the bathroom and there were holes in my neck from where the dream was. And you go, look, they're still there. Have a look. And you pull your collar out and lean towards them. And they like lean in to look. And then you just bark really loudly in their face. And it's just like a really stupid thing to do. But
it's
pretty funny.
The first one that ever got me.
Do that really well because he does a pretty good barking dog impersonation.
Thank you. Years ago, a guy that I knew, he just gives me this random call one night, just completely out of the blue. He's like, dude, I got to tell you the story. The weirdest thing just fucking happened to me. And I'm like, what's going on? He goes, I was driving home and there was a guy that was like hitchhiking on the side of the road, and I pulled over to give him a lift, and he's hopped into the back of the car with this suitcase, and I was talking to him and find out where he was going and whatnot, and just making conversation. I turned around to him and said, hey, what's in the suitcase? And the guy, he was really, really rude. He looked at me dead in the eyes and he went, none of your effing business. And I was like, what the hell? I'm giving this guy a lift. And he spoke to me like that. I was absolutely fucking amazed. But I was also like, I was getting angry because this guy had the audacity to speak at me like that in my car. And I turned around and said, no, you tell me what the hell's in your briefcase. And he turned around to me again and he said, oh, none of your effing business. So I got really annoyed and I pulled over and I told him to get the hell out of my car. And the guy was like, fine. And as he was getting out of the car, I noticed that his briefcase was still in the back seat. So before he could reach in, I hit the accelerator and sped off, at the door shut, and he was stuck on the side of the road without his suitcase. And I go, 500 meters down the road, and I pull over and open up the suitcase to have a look. And I go, oh, really? So what was in the suitcase? He goes, none of your fucking business. You son of a.
Dear.
Yeah. So every now and again you get sucked in on them.
Sorry, hitchhikers and suitcases. Choking on ashes has been watching Ivan Milat documentaries. That will keep you up at night. That sort of shit.
I knew one of the guys I know. He's done a lot of shit. He was out hitchhiking, catches a ride with somebody, and they pull up in the middle of fucking nowhere and just going, oh dear, I'm about to be fucking murdered. Guy reaches in, opens a glove box, and pulls out a couple of joints.
Yeah.
And it's just,
right.
That's not what I was expecting. I mean, it's not the best
More
story. He tells it better too.
Yeah. Oh no, some friends.
But can you imagine what's going through your mind, eh? You know, you stop in the middle of nowhere, open up the glove box, and going, "I'm about to be murdered." Then he's going, "Hey, here you go, have some of this shit."
So, true story. Many moons ago, I worked for a place called H&H Accredited Training. They no longer exist, but they were a group that was specifically formed for Work for the Dole back when it was first introduced. And they had me as a manager of a Work for the Dole group, not too far from where I live. And that proved to me beyond a shadow of a doubt that Work for the Dole is useless. But anyway, it turns out that one of the girls that was with us was actually the legitimate niece of Ivan Milat himself.
Oh my god!
That's an interesting connection.
Yeah, no, when I made that connection, I couldn't help myself. And I still feel bad for it because I said it in front of everyone. I just looked at everybody and just went, "Whatever you do, don't carpool into work with her."
You had to know that.
I did, to give her full credit, she was like, "Yeah, I haven't heard that one before." Like she just took it on the chin. But like in hindsight, it was a horrible thing to do. But at the time, I thought that it was really funny.
I love watching the expression on people's faces when they're just wondering, what did they just hear what I said? Like when people say something that you can't talk like that here. Like when I dropped the F-bomb in front of parishioners at church, and they sort of, did you actually just say that in front of me here? I love watching their faces, just like, you can't say that here. But like I was saying to Grasshopper in the brief session of the after party last night, or whenever it was, I may be attending church. They are not going to make me a churchy. I am not going to be one of them. That is a fucking fact. They will not make me one of them. And if they try, I will be even more rebellious. As, I don't know how well it's going to show on camera. I have a photo that can testify to that. I mentioned when I quit a support group. Now, it's only a one-wheel peel, but I don't know if it's going to show up on the screen too well. No, it's not. It's going to be all shit. Oh, there you go. You can sort of see it.
Oh, yeah.
That's where you left tire tracks in the car park.
You can see a nice. It's a pretty good length that spans across approximately 7 car parking spaces, and a lovely big cloud of smoke wafted into the church.
Yeah,
that's not the first time I've done it. A different time I come out triggered. I backed out of my car parking space, and the car just sat there on the spot. It didn't fucking move. It just sat there on the spot and filled the car park up with smoke. I did that in a Lifeline car park too. I couldn't go back there for quite some time.
Oh dear.
My car couldn't do that even if it wanted to. Number one, because it's front-wheel drive, and number two, because it's got all of the safety gear that the moment that it loses traction, it cuts all power. Yeah. And even if you turn it off,
my car does that unless you press a little button.
Yeah, no, you could turn it.
All right, you're on your own.
Yeah, you could turn that off in my car, which is great, but then it'll turn itself back on the moment that there's a loss of traction, unless you've got it in sports mode as well, I found out.
Well, you've already got the workaround then.
Yeah,
like my brother's car does a pretty good number 11, because he's going, if normal driving, you put your foot on the brake and give it a bit of accelerator, it just sits there and goes nope, and the gearbox gets really pissed off. But yeah, you turn ESP off and give it a bit of the left foot brake and a bit of right foot yes please, and that 5.7 litre V8 turns the tires into smoke.
Is that a Soda Stream?
This is a different brand called Carbo, and why I have this is they give you a special bottle that comes with it that has like a pressure release valve, because with a Soda Stream, if you do anything but plain water in a soda stream, it will fucking spray everywhere. Like literally anything but plain water will spray everywhere. So you can only add the flavoring after you carbonate the water.
Right.
This one, because they give you a special bottle that has a pressure release. Well, they give you a special lid for bottles that has. I'm trying to work out what have I done wrong
As soon as you
here.
can get the fucking thing to close.
Yeah, as soon as I get the fucking thing closed, a bottle with a pressure release valve, so you can carbonate literally anything, and you can just slowly release the pressure so it doesn't go in everywhere. So this is one of my what do we call it? Lockdown purchases. Lockdown during
There's
COVID.
a lot of those.
Yeah, no, I bought a fuck ton of stuff during lockdown.
Have you guys ever used a pressure cooker?
I have not.
I have, but not often. Yeah.
Okay, so I bought a pressure cooker a couple of years ago to learn like different recipes with it and stuff like that, and it's been absolutely fantastic. I love it. But one of the things that there's 3 different ways that you can release the pressure. It can either do it by itself over time after the cooking process is finished, and it'll take about 15 or 20-ish minutes to release all of the pressure. Then there's a slow release thing, and then there's rapid release. And rapid release is a hell of a thing. When you hit that thing for it to rapid release, like it makes a hell of a racket. And the first night that I'd ever used it, I was making risotto with it.
Yeah.
And
here's what I did during COVID.
What is
lit
that?
fire
That's
to
fire. Looks like fire.
It is fire.
Oh, there you go.
I did a lot of that during COVID.
No, so the risotto had finished, and it said to hit the rapid pressure release. My wife is the jumpiest person that you have ever met before in your life, and it's lovely and quiet in the house. She's sitting there on the phone on the lounge, just reading Facebook, and then I've hit this pressure release.
And the
You
ball
hear
hit the floor.
Yeah, you hit the pop of the, and you just hear my wife in the other room. Fucking Jesus! And I couldn't breathe. Because I'm one of those horrible people that finds it the most hilarious thing in the world to hide behind a dark corner and go rah.
Yeah.
You bastard. Oh, the bloody ride-on mower today scared the fuck out of me.
In my defense, if somebody gets me with it, though, I take it like a champ. I'm like, nope, you got me. I'm good.
Yeah, the ride-on, the mower today scared the fuck out of me. You know how you've ever had when you get a big gulp full of fucking unburnt fuel end up in the exhaust system of a vehicle or a machine, right?
And they have a tendency to ignite.
This fucking like, I kid you not, I saw a bloody bright flash like that from about 50, 100 fucking meters away from this thing. A big bright flash come out the exhaust pipe, and it sounded like a fucking gunshot going off.
No, none of you could talk to me. None of you could talk to me. Come back to me when you've had lightning strike the house you were sitting in, and makes a 6.5 foot flame shoot out the back of the power supply of your computer.
Oh, that's fucking crazy.
I have still got the leftovers.
You convinced me when you said the lightning struck the house, dude.
No, I've still got the remnants of that computer in my top shed.
I do know a guy who had his TV destroyed by lightning. Apparently, it made quite a light show.
No, this was years ago. Call of Duty 2 had just been released, and was living with a bunch of mates out at a suburb called Hornsby. And the house was like Colorbond roof as well. It wasn't like normal tiles. And so we're sitting there. We're all playing Call of Duty 2 because it had just been released, and we're getting towards the end of a match, and we hear thunder starting to kind of roll towards us. And we were like, maybe we should turn off our computers and play it safe because, horror stories. And we were like, yeah, no, we'll just finish off this round. And we just finished it off. I was literally in the process of moving my mouse cursor to the shutdown button when the lightning struck the roof. And
yeah, because there's millions of volts with millions of fucking amps, and the electricity. Normally, electricity is like, right, where's the easiest path? But when it's lightning, it goes, fuck it, I'll just go everywhere. I'll find a way.
no, so it just 6.5 foot flame shot out the back of the power supply of the computer and straight up the wall. It fucking scared the living shit out of me.
It was quite justified, I think.
Yeah, no, it was about 20 past 11 at night
I think
when that
fog
happened.
lightning goes to the ground. I've had I've had strikes, like when you get air-to-air sort of lightning. I've had that over my head at close range, and like the static charge makes your hair stand up. You go, yeah, I'm going inside. That was fucked.
Yeah, no. So I've given my dad a call because, like, of course, the entire neighborhood's gone dark and whatnot, and I'm kind of standing outside having a smoke and trying to get the heart to restart type thing. And I've given my dad a call, and I'm like, Dad, you're not going to believe what just happened, because I had only just bought that computer about 2 weeks previous as well, mind you. And I've given Dad a call, and I'm like, you're not going to believe what just happened. And Dad was like, what's going on? And I explained the story to him, but Dad was just like, holy shit, you're lucky to be alive type thing. I'm like, tell me about it. But then he turned around to me, he said, what are you doing tomorrow? And I said, well, I've got nothing on. He goes, come here, I want to see the computer. I said, okay. So
Did the
I was
survive?
No, nothing survived. Absolutely nothing.
So.
Keyboard, mouse, monitor.
Curious.
No, keyboard, mouse, monitor, fucking
all of it toast.
Video card, hard drive, power supply, motherboard, CPU, all of it was fried. Everything.
No RAID array is going to protect your data on that.
So I was wide awake, of course, because lightning had just struck my house. So I've packed the stuff into the back of the car, and I've driven out here because at the time I lived out Hornsby. Dad lived where I am now, and I've driven out here. It's about an hour and a half drive. And I would just thought, no, I'll just go there and I'll crash out the night, and in the morning I'll show Dad the computer. But as I had keys to get in and all of that, it wasn't uncommon for me just to come home on random intervals. It wasn't really a thing. But Dad's heard my key and door, and he's deliberately gotten up and out of bed because he had to see it. He was like, I need to see this. So it's like 1 o'clock in the morning, and we've got the computer in pieces out in the garage there, and Dad's just going, fuck. And there's this fantastic, I've still got the parts out in the garage. I refuse to get rid of them. This fantastic lightning figurine going diagonally across the entire motherboard. And it's sort of like, it's like purple and green and pink and yellow and all. It's lovely.
Save you from that one.
Nothing survived. And
Search guys going, you fucking what, mate?
I got it. It's one of those situations where I realize how lucky I was to have the dad that I did, because Dad's just looked at that and he's just gone, you know what? That's so impressive. I'm shouting you a new PC tomorrow. That's how awesome my dad was.
That's fucking awesome.
Yeah. So the next day, Dad and I drive down to a computer store in Campbelltown, and we start ordering parts, and the guy's like, so what's going on? And we explained to him the situation, and he was just like, and you've still got the parts? I said, yeah. He goes, can I have one of those parts? I want to put it up on display. And I've just gone, you could? How much for that monitor? And he's gone, that's an interesting question. What have you got? So I literally traded this lightning glaze, it was an old flat panel, 17-inch flat panel monitor that I had.
Yeah, back in that day, those things were the business.
Yeah, and worth a shitload of money. But from one corner to the other corner was completely fried, and it just had all of the speckle marks. I traded that monitor for a brand new flat panel 17-inch.
Nice. I suppose you got a picture of that monitor on you, have you?
Of the 17-inch that I was given, or the one that I had?
The one you had, the one that got fucking.
All of the parts. I've got pictures of them somewhere.
Oh.
But
you got to share that one day, mate.
It was one of those. It's one of those things where it was taken with an old film camera. When Dad passed away, I found a gigantic box. There is literally about 60 old rolls of film in there.
Oh, fucking hell.
It's on one of them.
Okay.
That'd be fun.
And there's very few places around that actually develop film anymore. And I've never gotten
I found a roll of film, and I'm going, fuck, what's on that, I wonder?
And I've just never gotten around to packing it all into a box. There's a place about a 45-minute drive from here that will develop it, no problems at all.
But
But
fun. I'm a bit hesitant in a way because this photo's probably still got my ex on it.
Yeah.
Yeah. If I had my time over,
goodness.
I wouldn't have taken up with her, maybe.
Dude, everybody's got a partner like that. Even like Angry's got a partner like that. I've got a partner
Actually-
like that.
Oh
The
yeah.
thing is, actually, it's really not true. I probably would have, because it led to a lot of shit change. A lot of stuff happening in my life that probably wouldn't have otherwise, and that's not necessarily a bad thing.
Look, I learned some important life lessons from my toxic, abusive.
I had 7 years, and most of them were good.
Last year
wasn't so good.
I
Last year was basically domestic violence.
That's never good. That's never ever good.
Definitely.
No,
Yeah.
I learned some important life lessons from my toxic, abusive ex, but there were better ways to learn that.
Yeah. It's people are saying, "Oh, will you learn?" You go, "Yeah, no, but that was a really shitty way to learn. It was a terrible."
Some lessons aren't worth learning.
Yeah.
Or learning in that way.
Yeah.
You know, you can absolutely learn how not to deal drugs while you're in prison, but you shouldn't have to be in prison not to learn that lesson. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's a good way to put it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. I might.
That's all right. No, that a lot of the experiences I've had, in those past few years have taught me what dysphoria feels like, because I looked up general dysphoria. I started doing a bit of research, and they listed all the sort of signs of dysphoria. I went, fuck, they just described me.
Yeah.
What were you going to say, Angry?
I was just going to say I might leave things with you, gentlemen, for 5 minutes. I'm going to try and
using that word again.
This for a video and see if it's a disaster or if it works.
Like we promise that if it explodes and sprays throughout all of the kitchen, we'll still be laughing when you come back onto the stream.
That's absolutely fair. That is absolutely fair.
Yeah.
All right.
All I've got to say, if it does that, Angry, keep the outtakes.
Oh, yeah.
Right. Oh, there will be too, because YouTube saves it, eh?
Exactly.
So it will be saved.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, it'll be on here.
I'll be fucking downloading that and replay it. I'll turn my camera off and just fucking screen share with that on repeat.
Checking if my mic.
Nope, can't hear you. You're all good. So you were saying that you were reading about dysphoria, and it kind of hit a nail on the head for you.
It explains a lot, because I've got some interesting friends. Very colourful, you might say, the colours of the rainbow. My best mate is trans, which is normally completely irrelevant. It doesn't fucking matter. He's who he is, and who he presented as in the past fucking doesn't matter. But of course, knowing him has told me a few things. I mean, I don't know too many blokes who have experienced childbirth, for example. It's not a common thing for a guy to experience, but he knows about childbirth and has he can teach us guys a thing, us cisgender guys, a thing or two in that regard. He also, of course, is very well acquainted with gender dysphoria. And, so he and I talked about different things, and he talked about the experiences he's had with dysphoria. And somehow I fucking got it. Now, I'm an Aspie. We don't fucking do empathy real well. And I'm just, it always puzzled both me and my friend. How the fuck do we relate so well on something I should know absolutely nothing about? Well, it turns out I know more about it than I ever realized. It's not gender dysphoria for me. It's normal, ordinary, generalized dysphoria rather than gender dysphoria. I'm cisgender, and that's, I answered all those questions a long time ago.
There's a psychological name for it. I can't think of it for the life of me. The disassociation event. That's the one. So general dysphoria can also be described as general dissociation.
I do have moments where I disassociate. There've been times where I involuntarily basically leave the room. I physically stay there, but just I'm just in another place. You know, whatever is in my mind, I am seeing so vividly. I am basically there.
Mm-hmm.
It's actually on camera because of my work in the church. The priest walks out of shot and I do nothing about it.
Right.
For a good second or so, good couple of seconds. And then I go, something's changed in front of me. Brain consciousness might need you. Just back here a second.
Come back to reality, would you?
Oh,
yeah.
Okay, I better take some action. Which is kind of, well, that's a bit embarrassing. However, that we can all live with. It's like, well, the cameraman fucked up. Big fucking deal. Like, I'm sure the 1 or 2 people that actually watch the video are going to be really fucking distraught over that shit. Far less concerned, I think, than other drivers when I basically shut down while driving. And it's happened a couple of times. I've actually had really, really dangerous near-miss collision sort of thing, like really close to having a collision, because and if something will change in front of me on the road, and of course there's the delay where the brain's going, consciousness, can we just have a look at this for a minute? There's this thing happening, you know, like we're about to run up the arse of that car. So, you know, I come back in the room and go, oh, fuck.
That's not a good thing.
No. Doctor was quite concerned by it. Sent me for an EEG and an MRI.
Yeah.
No brains found.
At the very least, no brains found.
And then sent me to a neuropsychiatrist, which was we talked about last night, being a really fucking useless visit. Didn't actually address any absent seizures, just, oh, well, we didn't see any of those in the EEG or MRI or anything like that. And I'm like, great. So we'll just pretend it doesn't happen. Good. Shall we do something about it before I kill someone or after? You know, just saying, you know, like,
saying,
you know, should we wait till I run over somebody's small child who ran in front of me because I had to wait for my conscious self to come back to the fucking room, you know? Or do we want to worry about that now? Yeah, right. You know how it is.
Yeah,
we didn't see it. It doesn't exist.
Yeah, no. If you get the wrong psych or counselor, it's really counterproductive. It can be difficult to get the wrong one. So I didn't make a mess, but it's really angry. You can see it's all bubbles at the moment.
Well, that's fitting.
Yeah, it is. It's got a. I do this. Let the pressure out.
Yeah, that's behaving like the Coles branded sparkling mineral water. I've taken to buying those because I've got a bit of excess me going on here, and I don't like it. I am over 20 kilos heavier than my average weight. This has never happened to me. And I've got a few ideas as to it. Anyway, long story short, less soft drink, more unflavored things.
Yeah, that'll work. I'm doing
something about this excess me going on here. You know, and I'm sure this is not fucking helping.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't. I'm doing the meal replacements at the moment.
I should do those.
So that's probably like a 6-month project for me. Been doing it for about 3 weeks now. See, it settles down a bit, and then I go, oh, see this with a soda stream. If you carbonate anything that's not plain water, the instant you sort of take it off the thing, shit goes everywhere. This one, the special thing, has a safety release valve. You can let it off gently.
Letting all the precious carbonation out.
Yeah. You can see there's a tiny bit of drink in the bottom, and then it's all foam. It's going to take
a shitload of foam in that.
It's going to take a couple. Also, because one of the fun side effects of this clarification process, the whey from the milk that gets added to it. If you shake a drink that's been milk clarified, it'll go really foamy, as if there was like an egg white in it, because whey does the same thing as egg white and goes really foamy. So the fact I've carbonated this drink that has whey in it has made it go mad foamy. And it is going to take a little while. See, it settles down, so you get a little bit of bounce. Oh, so I'm fine now. I'll just take the lid off and.
Yeah, no.
Whoa.
Nope.
No, stop that. Right. This is going to take a while.
I just received a text message from a friend of mine, and I'm just completely confused. Goats are like mushrooms. If you shoot a duck, I am scared of toasters.
I think mushrooms might be the most relevant part of that text.
What?
That might be going on at their end, is what I'm saying.
I sent them a message going to fuck, and I'm waiting for them to respond.
I think that's the response they wanted.
Yeah, I've seen those sorts of jokes. It gets you by simply making no sense at all.
Yeah,
I'm trying to display the mental sequence that people have when they become anti-vaxxers or they start supporting the Liberal Party.
That's fair.
Yep, I like that. That's good. I was watching outtakes.
Friday night move. Yeah,
I was watching outtakes of Agro's Cartoon Connection. Have you seen those outtakes?
I've seen a few.
Fuck, that bastard paid out of that poor woman so bad.
Yeah.
One of the outtakes, he said, I thought this was a good one. He said, why don't blind people go skydiving?
Because it scares the shit out of their dogs.
Yeah.
It's like the joke of the blind guy that walks into a store and picks his dog up and starts swinging it around above his head. And the storekeeper comes up and says, "What the fuck are you doing?" He goes, "Taking a look around." And of course, the best one, which I have told at a deaf joke night and got away with. What does a deaf blind person call their dog?
What? There was an old Rodney Rude joke of he's working in a shop and this blind guy came in and just started smashing everything off the shelf with his cane. And he goes, what are you doing? What are you doing? He goes, I'm just looking. And it's just like...
Oh, goodness. Anyways, lovely gentlemen, I am actually going to jump off and go and get some work done because I can. Make my day a little bit easier for tomorrow. So my love to you both, my love to all of the viewers, and I'll talk to you guys soon.
Thanks for dropping in, man.
See you next time, man.
Good to talk to you. Ciao.
The safety has happened, but it's still, look, it's like a really badly poured beer in a pub.
I was just thinking that's exactly what it looks like.
It's all
I've hit my limit. I have limits these days. I'm not allowed to drink any more than a certain amount, and I've had my limit worth of drinks now, which is really a bummer because I just want to keep going, which is why I have the limits.
That is a very healthy attitude. And it's also, it doesn't hurt that you recognize that you want to drink more.
I kind of, I don't know if I'm there yet, but I kind of feel like I'm bordering on alcoholic.
The fact that you can even question it tells me you're not. But if you have started to feel like, I had a kind of unhealthy relationship with the drink, and you take steps, that's positive.
You know how there's alcoholics who have to drink all the time, and there's alcoholics who, the moment they start drinking, they have to continue.
Yes.
What's sort of rang alarm bells for me is that when I start to feel it kick in, the craving increases exponentially.
Yeah.
This first became apparent to me one evening when I had had a few and got fairly affected by it and quite enjoyed it, I must say. And I didn't have enough money on me to buy more. I did have some drinks at home, but I thought, well, if I start drinking alone, that's a slippery slope. So consequently, I just got really fucking angry.
Yeah.
Now I have a, there's little practice punching bag things you get, like this thing's on a spring-loaded stick. You punch it, it bounces back and tries to clobber you.
Yes.
I keep hurting myself because I punch it too hard.
Yeah.
Like I end up with injuries in my wrist and my hands from punching the fucking shit out of it. Occasionally, you fill the base up with water to stop it falling over. It fucking falls over anyway.
Yeah.
So I got home, with this incident, and I was just absolutely a ball of rage. Like if somebody had knocked at the door, it wouldn't have mattered if it was Jesus himself. I'd have said, "You can get the fuck off this doorstep before I rearrange your face via your fucking asshole." That's how mad I was.
Yeah.
I thought this is so. Like the next day, I went actually a little while where there's just no drinks in the house. I had a half a carton of fucking piss. I just took it around to my mate's place and said, "Mate, until I can trust my relationship with this shit, it's not staying in my house." Which is kind of funny because now there's several liters of the shit around here.
Well, like I said, the fact that you recognize it and take steps is a huge positive, because the most dangerous thing is denial. The I don't have a problem.
That's a river in Egypt.
Yeah, and it's got nasty crocodiles in it. So
yes.
Too much denial, the crocodiles will get you.
Yes. Jokes that involve dog. Let's see if I can remember this one and retell it enough to make it funny. So it came around. I first heard this joke in the era of John Howard being prime minister. So it's an old joke, Howard and Costello decided that they want to win out the rural votes. They get they get the stereotype of country living sort of clothing. They get themselves a blue cattle dog, and they go out and find themselves a typical outback pub.
Yeah.
And he goes in there, and then Howard goes to the barman. Oh, a couple of beers, please, your finest. Certainly, Mr. Howard. Gives them a beer each. After about them being there 5 minutes or so, a stockman comes in, whipping everything. He walks over to this fucking dog, lifts its tail up, looks a bit, and scratches his head, and walks out puzzled. Strange, they think. After this has happened about 5 or 6 times or so, the curiosity is really eating at them. So he calls the barman over. Hey, is there such strange custom I don't know about in the outback? I'm just not the stockman lifting the dog's tail up, looking, and leaving again. Says, "Oh no, it's nothing like that. Somebody went into this to the bar across the road from here, and said that there's a cattle dog in here with 2 assholes."
Oh, nice. Yeah.
I mean, you can translate to a lot of different
any two people there. Yeah.
For example, I could well imagine this one, Tony Abbott with his ego, meets with the Pope, and there's lots of people watching on, and Abbott's bragging with the Pope about how good of a prime minister he is, and he's doing all sorts of good things for people, and the Pope says, "Yeah, you think you're pretty good. I can bring joy to the hearts of all these people with one gesture." And with that, he backhanded him.
I remember an old one from the Dave Allen show, 2 lads on a tour of Europe that just getting pissed everywhere. And they tell everyone they're going to be around the Vatican City when the Pope's doing a public thing. So it's like, oh, we're going to go, man. We're going to get fucking loaded and cheer for the Pope. It'll be fucking awesome. And the family going, don't. It's going to be televised. We saw it's going to be on TV. You go, oh, well, watch. We'll be there. And so they go there, and the Pope does a mass, does a blessing, and then he's walking through the crowd. And these guys have got an esky, and they've just been sinking tins, and they're standing on the esky, so they're a bit taller than everyone else. And go, hey, Popey, hey, Popey. And they're so pissed. The Pope comes over, and they kind of fall over, and they're sitting on the esky going, yeah, the Pope, the Pope. And everyone's watching at home going, this is the most embarrassing thing I've ever seen. What are these guys doing? And the Pope walks over to them and blesses them. And the family are going, what the fuck? Why did the Pope bless those obnoxious bastards? And
Exactly why he did.
And these guys get home and they say, we saw you and you were the worst. You were drunk. You were obnoxious. But the Pope came over and blessed you. And they said, blessed us? And he goes, yeah, he leaned over you and blessed you. And they went, oh, no. He said, he leaned over us and went, hey, take your esky, take your mate, get the fuck out.
That's good. That's good. Here I was thinking the Pope had consulted what would Jesus do.
Yeah, no, it's just, I don't know if you're at all familiar with Dave Allen, but when I were a lad, the ABC used to repeat his like chat comedy shows non-stop. And because he was, he's Irish, grew up, Catholic school and whatnot. So he just had basically so many Catholic jokes. It's just so many jokes about the Pope and whatnot.
I think that woman that tours with Kevin Bloody Wilson calls herself Jenny Taylor. She describes people, Catholic pastors, recovering Catholics.
Mm. Oh dear. Okay. Yep.
And Kevin Bloody Wilson, he said Catholics would shit themselves if they knew I was the product of a Catholic education.
Well, man, so am I. So,
he talked about
Catholic education.
He talked about the sisters of absolutely no mercy.
Yes.
And from what I hear, that's a reputation well earned.
Yeah, no, that really sums them up. There's an American cartoonist. Can't remember his name, but he kind of did like bad taste cartoons, and then he was leading a pretty fucked up life, and he was in a car crash that left him very close to quadriplegic. And as part of his recovery, he started trying to draw again with the pen in his mouth. So these cartoons he got famous for, which were very bad taste because his cartoons were always very bad taste humor, very squiggly because he draws them all with a pen in his mouth. And my personal favorite, because he went through Catholic school too, and he had one with like him writing lines on the blackboard with this very angry nun standing over him with a ruler, like Bart Simpson style. But the lines he's writing on the board is, I am personally responsible for the agony of Christ.
I couldn't help but think when you're describing that situation of the old kids bloody thing, Mr. Squiggle.
Yes, Mr. Squiggle was always good. I liked him. Because one of his sidekicks was...
Choking on Ashes, also a recovering Catholic.
Went to a girls' convent school. And yes, because if I remember rightly, you're around my age, so you would have grown up with Dave Allen too. Yes. I went to
I look like I could read that name.
School, and it wasn't a boarding school. It was boys and girls, but from like kindergarten to year 10 was in Catholic school. So from about year 4 on, the school wasn't actually run by the religious orders, because we had both nuns and brothers. But after about year 4, they changed things. So the school was actually run by lay teachers, as they call it. But I still had nuns as teachers right through to year 10. So that was an experience.
Ashes, you are the same age as the last woman to make a pass at me in public.
Nice. Same
I'm
age
36.
as me.
Well, I'll be 36 in April.
Yeah. But yes, I'm 54 as well. So yes, we're both April babies. My birthday's in April.
Yeah, Aries.
Yes.
Not that I think that stuff is terribly relevant.
But yeah, no, my Aries finishes on April 20th and I'm April 19. All right, I just had a tickle in my throat, so I had to drink some water.
Well, Whenever I think of throat tickles, I think of that Strepsils commercial where you got that little purple fluff ball lurking around in there. Tickle, tickle,
Yeah.
tickle, tickle.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're
No,
soaking them. Tickle, tickle.
something very like that in my throat. Yes.
Yes.
Some dust or
My
something.
cat's basically a grey version of one of those things.
Nice.
Except she doesn't go tickle, tickle. She goes, "You make one more move on me, you motherfucker."
Oh yeah. Well, our two cats. One avoids us, and the other one wants to sit on you all the time.
Most of my photos of my cat, she's got this evil death stare. You know, hey, so I'm gonna take your photo. What the fuck do you want, cunt?
Yes, trying to get a good photo of cats. That's always.
Oh, my cat. I had a guy stayed in a spare bedroom for a while. He described my cat as the devil incarnate.
Nice.
Let's see. Yeah, that's yeah. I see how that shows up. Yeah. Let's see.
Good look. Yeah, that's a pretty angry looking cat.
It's just, hey, I'll take your photo. What the fuck do you want, cunt?
Yeah, that is a
That's
pretty angry looking cat.
That's just how she looks. Even when she's happy, she looks like that.
Yeah.
She's just got an angry fucking face.
Yeah, it's kind of like
that's her sweetest look. Yeah, that's that. You've got KFC. I want some.
That's what she's trying to be on your good
You can
side.
tell by being allowed to touch her.
Yeah.
You've got food. Yeah, I'll be nice to you.
Yeah.
My mate's his neighbour's got dogs, and they've decided I'm just the greatest thing invented ever. And the reception I get, you can tell if the owners are already home, then he knows when I arrive. Because I get the same reception, the same sooking and crying that the owners get. They were jumping around. I come back and, oh, dogs, I can't lean down and pat you. My back is fucking killing me. I can't bend. And they're going, no, you must talk to us. Come on, come on. And they're fighting each other for attention. And one of them, he's a crafty little bastard. Well, not actually little. He's fucking huge. They're both big dogs.
Yeah.
I've seen him do this too many times for it to be just a coincidence. They'll come running up to there's a little gap sort of in the fence so you can get your hands through and pat them, and they just, oh, my friend's here, yeah. And this one of them, he goes and grabs a bone and then goes, look what I've got, starts chewing the bone up in front of the other dog, and of course she'll go, oh, you've got a bone, and you go plonk and throw it away somewhere and then come over to the fence. Throws her a bone to keep her distracted and he goes, good, now I've got you all to myself. And he's done it too many times for it to be coincidence. He throws her a bone so she'll be distracted. She gets him back for it though. She comes along and bites him on the ankles.
Oof. Yeah.
And then they go and roughhouse and beat the crap out of each other. But gee, they make me smile. Those two dogs, they're fucking awesome. And my mate and I don't have to pay for them. No registration fees. That's all taken care of. We just get all the benefits of knowing them.
Yeah,
It's fucking great.
I was like my YouTube friend Corey, Mr. Safety, who has the most viewed cat video on YouTube, the mean kitty.
Sparta. I actually felt genuine sadness when I heard that Sparta had gone.
Yeah, well,
I mean, it's not like I didn't know the guy even, but
yeah. Well, I stayed at his place in the US, and like the spare room had all the cat stuff in it, like a huge cat climbing tree and whatnot. So I'm like sleeping on this convertible lounge, and I wake up in the morning, and the cat climbing tree is just there, and Sparta was like sitting on something, staring at me, just like, "Fuck, are you doing in my room?" And I was just,
I can well imagine
I
that.
wake up with this cat staring at me. I'm like, okay, cool.
Yeah, that was an awesome cat, Sparta.
Yeah, he certainly was.
I felt really bad for Corey when I learned of that because I know how much that cat meant to him.
Oh, it was very big impact.
Kind of made his career in a way.
Well, that like video's got 90 million views. It was like it paid for his
viral sensation
life for a couple of years, and it's just he was more involved with his cat than a lot of people are. So it really
it's just, that's it, isn't it? I mean, because it wasn't just that Sparta made a big YouTube sensation. Just an amazing animal.
Yeah, no, definitely was. And I think what was hilarious is Corey thought like kind of nothing of the video when he put it up. He was just, because he's like ADD and the idea just got into his head.
Just like, idea, run with it.
Got to make up a song about my cat. And he went and did it. And he just thought, it's another, I hope people like it. It's just another video. And 90 million views later. And if you count all the other videos he made with Sparta, you're way into the hundreds of millions of views of videos about Sparta. So, and it just meant he was more closely involved with his cat than a lot of people are. So, it definitely hit him hard.
Very affectionate cat.
Yeah,
just an awesome animal.
Yeah, it's a pretty cool cat.
That must have really hurt when Sparta went.
Oh, I think so.
Really horrible for him.
Yeah.
He seems like, I mean, I haven't met him in person, but he seems like a really good guy.
He is a very nice, he's basically a nice guy. And, he's very positive, and he kind of just wants to be around positive people and give positivity to people.
I know you had him as a guest on one of your couple of your videos.
Yeah. Yeah, well, because he stayed at my place.
He's enjoying the novelty of being able to swear because his YouTube channel's gone very family oriented. So he's first thing he's just going, fuck, shit, cunt.
Yeah. Yeah. That was liberating for him. So like I went to the States and stayed at his place, and he's come to Australia and stayed at my place. So we have like an open door agreement. Like it's ages since I've been to the US, so I haven't met his wife or kids. I was chatting with him.
Looks like he's really picked a winner.
Oh yeah.
If the videos are anything to go by, it looks like he's really found a terrific human being to marry.
Yeah, he's found the right person because I've known him for a while, so I've known different women he's been in relationships with where it didn't work for one reason and another. I always thought, he's just really looking for the right person to love, and he found her, and it's great. Like I said, I haven't actually met her or the kids. We were talking, not that long ago, and he's just like, yep, definitely, the whole family wants to meet you. So post-COVID, if you're able to come over here.
COVID's got a fucking hole in things, isn't it?
Yeah, won't be doing any overseas.
The funny thing throughout the entire COVID thing, because of my involvement with the tech ministry, as they call it, I never missed one service at the church. I was there for all the live streaming to keep an eye on the camera and make sure that if the stream got interrupted, I would halt the service so that we could get back on track, all of that sort of shit. And basically just there to provide some moral support and encouragement for the priest, who's a terrific guy, by the way. Really, really... Honey, shame about Kate. It is. It seemed really lovely as well. But, some things just aren't meant to be.
Yeah, when they were together and they came to Australia, they both stayed at my place, and that looked like, is this the right thing? Didn't work out, but ultimately he has found the right person, which is great. We all need to find the right person at some point, or not. Being by yourself, if that's the right thing, is
I'm pretty content with being by myself. This probably, I don't know, this might sound a bit crazy, but pretty much every single time, like there's been a woman show significant interest in me, the last one I got escorted out. I knew, right, well, this is on, because she took my hand and walked me out of the car, and I'm going, okay, that's new experience. Most people, they're like, yeah. I'm going, oh, fuck. And I have a significant fucking anxiety attack. Like that woman who walked me out of the car. By the time I got home, I couldn't walk anymore. I got in the front door, collapsed on the floor, and had to drag myself into bed. Across the floor. I couldn't get up and walk. I couldn't eat. And if the phone rang, I clicked auto reject because I couldn't speak anymore. That's what happens to me. I get triggered and I can't even fucking speak. I can't even say, hey, you know, I'm having a bad time. I'm just fucked. I just totally break. And the fun thing is it can be quite random, but that's one of the triggers. I can't handle things like that. And the stupid thing about it is that the moment a relationship starts, I just automatically get hugely over invested in it, which of course is just disastrous every fucking time. So it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. Oh, this one's going to hurt me. And then I make sure they fucking do.
Yeah.
So I stay single.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because,
and look, you got to do it at your pace.
The next time I get so low to attempt suicide, I might just fucking make it.
Yeah, well, hopefully that doesn't happen. I completely understand where you're coming from.
Well, it's on my medical records now, surviving a suicide attempt, so that looks fucking good. All I can tell you, you know, asphyxiation, not a good way to go. You know, because in case anyone's stop me if this is too much for anyone, because it might be a trigger. But the lactic acid starts to build up and the carbon dioxide poisoning begins to set in. It starts to burn.
Yeah.
And it's, you know, the discomfort. Your heart rate goes fucking ballistic because your body's going, what's going on here? We aren't getting something we need. Which and eventually basically instinct overrode and went, you might be trying to kill us, we are trying to survive. And it just basically the choice was taken off me and I got out of it. Which is why I'm still here. And I don't like feeling like that.
Yeah, but you
anyway,
know,
moving on from that rather morbid subject.
That's okay, man. It's look, being able to be open and honest about it is a huge positive. And I know, like, you feel like that's a down, and you know, as you say, you were fair and you know gave people a trigger warning and whatnot. But
didn't give much of a warning. It was like, by the way, I'm talking about suicide attempt. Right here it is.
Yeah,
not even a fucking pause. But anyway,
yeah. But being able to be open and honest about it is an enormous positive. It's and yeah, you know, like you know, you were being a bit lighthearted, saying, "Oh, surviving a suicide attempt is on my medical record. That looks shit." Personally, man, I think the surviving part looks fucking great. A lot of people.
I can tell you, if there's one thing worse than suicide, it's failing at it.
No,
you know what I mean? In terms of mental health, in terms of how that affects you, how you feel. It's like, great, my life is so fucked and I can't even make it go away.
Well, and I understand where that feeling comes from, but I just want to say,
years, joking. That's congratulations. I hope it works out for you.
Oh, okay, with someone for the first time in 10 years. Yeah, look, it either you know. Yeah, let's be positive and think, you know, this could be the right thing, whatever happens. But yeah, all the best.
I've reached out to the parish priest a number of times, and to a non-believer, this sounds crazy, but you know, when we get into prayer with him, I feel something like there's a connection there.
Doesn't sound crazy at all. It's you find a positive, and you embrace that positive.
It's
wherever you find
his prayers carry weight. His prayers carry weight, and I felt a presence enter me.
Yeah. Yep. And it is, look, and that is a thing that works for you. And that is a huge positive. And that's not something I deride. Like, I think I've told the story before about my brother, who's a bit interesting, my older brother, and like I had to explain to him what an anxiety attack was.
Yeah, they're not fun.
He thought it didn't happen to anyone else. He described this thing that would happen, and I said, "That's called an anxiety attack. That's a thing, and you can talk to a doctor, and they'll help you." And he was so relieved. He was like, "Oh, it's not just me. That happens to other people."
Kind of some of the things that come up with anxiety is what prompted me writing that song, which is on my channel. You may have heard it, called Anxiety.
Yeah.
I deliberately used a minor key on my sequencer, because I can't play an instrument. I just got the computer to play it for me. I used a minor key, and I intentionally used a really dark sounding EQ setting. So it's like really dim and it kind of sounds like something from a horror movie, and I pretty well fucking nailed it.
Yeah. Yeah.
And a lot of people have heard it and they've just gone, "That's fucking good."
Yeah.
It's all right. And I go, no. Like, I took that to my counselor and they want to publish it.
Oh, nice.
That's fucking good. Come on. Well, I imagine you've heard it.
Yeah, I have. Yeah. No, it's good. Yeah.
I do I sort of have a very menacing voice in it. Anxiety. I feel so scared. Yeah.
There's a cartoon doing the rounds on like Facebook and stuff. It's like cutesy dinosaur comic, and one dinosaur says to the other, "I have anxiety," and the other dinosaur says, "Oh, things could be worse." And the first dinosaur says, "Yes, that's a feeling I am intimately acquainted with."
Yeah, that's about right. And the thing with anxiety, when you become really, acutely aware of how much worse some people actually have it, then your anxiety is, the negative effects of it are compounded by fucking guilt. Because then you go, I shouldn't have any right to feel like this. Like especially if some fucking piece of shit invalidates it. Well, look at all the things you've got, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, that's really not helping.
Doesn't work like that.
Yeah,
because there's a whole
as AD points out, it's still real to you, and it still hurts you.
Yeah, and there's a whole cavalcade of reasons for things like anxiety, depression, and other mental health issues. Sometimes it's environmental. You're actually experiencing things that make you feel that way. Sometimes it's a result of trauma, and that's normal. Sometimes it's a result of the chemicals in your brain fucking with you. Nothing's actually objectively wrong, but the chemicals in your brain.
I think I have a combination of those sort of problems. My childhood wasn't the worst, but definitely was not the best. It's very hard to forget a kid running from one side of an oval to the other, primarily to attack you. It's also very difficult to forget him intentionally pushing you face first toward the corner of a filing cabinet. It's also very difficult to forget him threatening you at knife point. Now, this was all at primary school in very close succession, not helped by the fact that the school's anti-bullying officer clearly had it in for me because she never, ever acted in my favor. My mum actually came into the school once, witnessed some of this shit, and she said, "Right, we're going over that person's head to somebody else so that something can be done about that." Most of the teachers from my primary school thing were extremely surprised to find that I made it through to high school and finished.
Well, nice. You showed them.
End product, 36, going on 36 on disability support pension.
Yeah, but still, dude, you're making it through.
Great start in life. Because I'm fucked.
No.
There's not too many logical reasons for me to be unable to work, but I'm fucked.
The logic doesn't come into it. That's a false premise.
That's what I also wrote that in my song. Rationality eludes me. Logic has no place.
Logic doesn't figure into it because it just is. It's real. And someone who wants to say something like, well, logically, there's no reason you should feel like that. Logic just doesn't come into it. The fact is, it's real.
Yeah,
oh my
Abigail.
God. Abigail just came back in and straight away said, imagine breaking a glass on a live stream. That'd be embarrassing.
Yeah, it would be. Abigail,
devil.
I'm glad for your sake you missed. Hopefully, you missed the beginning part of some of this conversation. I kind of went into some dark shit, and I know it's stuff that you're not comfortable discussing. So I hope you missed that part.
Yeah. No,
And
she's.
Heine says Heine relates with me, unfortunately. Yeah, I feel sorry for you, friend. That's being able to relate to some of that shit I am unearthing is fucked. I've as you guys know, I've looks like there's a few people relate. Again, my sympathy to you. That's fucked.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I've written a few. I've directed into some creative channels. A lot of people do. I mean, some of the most talented artists in the world are people whose heads don't like them.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, Peter Sellers.
Oh, that was a troubled individual right there.
Oh, deeply troubled. Peter Sellers was very, very good at acting because Peter Sellers did not like being Peter Sellers.
Yeah, there was even like I've seen interviews with him where they talk about like he talks like there isn't a real Peter Sellers. I change according to the situation.
Yeah. There's some pretty unpleasant psychological things going on there, poor bastard. And it pretty much finished him off, which is very unfortunate.
I mean, he survived it for decades. Like he had decades of a pretty tumultuous life. But yeah,
there's truth in that statement you made, Heine. I wouldn't say the pain is less intense when there's pain there, but with maturity and experience comes greater capacity to manage it and deal with it. And perhaps it even feels like there's less going on because of that fact.
Yeah, and having a bit of distance, even just little things like being sick. Like for a kid, like a toddler and a little kid, being sick is terrifying because they don't know what it is. And they don't know if they're going to get better. Like you leave a sick kid alone and say, go to sleep now and turn the lights out.
Yeah, like fuck.
Yeah, that's like a terrifying experience for that kid because they don't know what's happening.
The worst
and it's
experience
the same thing with that pain.
That reminds me, the worst experience I had with getting sick, and it's actually what's led me to have chronic fatigue illness. Yeah, fucking barrel of laughs I am. In high school, I got glandular fever. Not alone in it. Heaps of people got it. Fever exceeded 40 degrees Celsius. Core body temperature exceeded 40. Which leads me to question why the fuck does anyone take hallucinogenic drugs? I'll tell you what, I was having some really, really bad trips. Yeah. You know, like I should have been hospitalized. We didn't really know any better, and fucking poor family. My mum was coming in with, you know, sponges of cold water just to try and ease the fever off and stuff like that. I was an absolute fucking mess, and acutely aware that over 40 degrees core temperature can be fatal if you're unlucky. Lying on my bed, I remember emotional pain, mainly, Abigail. Depression, suicidal depression, dysphoric state, you know, all the fun stuff that
all the fun stuff
that brings people's mood right down. Yeah, you know, well, all that stuff. But yeah, the glandular fever, the hallucinations were terrible. I had the biggest bedroom in the house, and it felt like it was swallowing me. The bed I was lying on was consuming me. You know, it was engulfing me. It was just like, I don't generally suffer claustrophobia, but I got a taste of it with some of these hallucinations. Just had a really, 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 really bad time. And I never got better.
Damn.
I never properly got well again. I just stayed fucking useless ever since. Which is why I'm so fucking fatigued from today, because I mean, it was a decent workload for any person. thank God for Panadol Osteo. I am off my head on fucking painkillers. And a few beers, so I'm fucking living it now until they wear off. But yeah.
Yeah,
It's just fucked.
I completely understand your feelings, but just throwing it out there that I think I can speak for a few other people where we're glad you're around and we feel quite positive.
I appreciate that. I think most of the people at the church are kind of glad, mainly because they wouldn't have a cameraman or a sound technician if I wasn't.
Yeah. You're an exploitable resource for them.
Yeah, pretty much. That's the thing with churches. You sign up, you volunteer to do something, you are fucking stuck there.
Yeah.
And I made the mistake of becoming that important when I looked at the way the PA system was set up, and the priest said, we want to change this and do it this way. And I went, okay, you've got this already done, you've got that already done. If I said to him, if we do nothing else, I'm going to tidy up the way these cables are laid out, because that right there is a clusterfuck. So we used COVID to our advantage. With no congregation, I could unplug the entire PA system and start from scratch. And we did. And I got acquainted with the mixing desk, and I've actually got a photo of my workstation. The first time I did the sound with the congregation, it took 3 hours for the shaking in my hands to go away.
Ooh, yeah.
I had I had very highly significant anxiety. I still get shaking hands from it. I have had panic attacks in church, which has contributed to some new tire marks. I'm just trying to find. It must be in a different folder. There it is. So it won't come out very well, but it's only a modest setup.
Okay.
Little mixing desk there, a laptop for recording the sound, little portable hard drive, camera on top of the tripod, and there's a funny little PA system amp to the right of that frame. Okay. And Sunday I fucked up. I didn't start the recording until we almost got to the sermon before I actually realized, fuck, I need to be recording shit.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Well, these things happen.
Thank you, Abigail. Abigail says, at the moment, or physical pain, so you choose between being in pain, being in the arms of a beautiful one, or come home. I had to come home. I don't envy the stuff you've got to go through, Abigail. And thank you.
Well,
I'm glad that I'm still here too. Thank you.
We'll when you're not a dickhead, we're a very positive fan. Sorry, L3, what are you seeing? Or I'm not sure if that's
Steam chat toxic again. Think I'll block that guy.
Oh, sorry, I thought it said
Steam
stream.
Chat,
He must be on Steam. There are some toxic people out there, man.
Yeah, there are.
Blocking is good.
Counter-Strike. People don't give enough due to how bad mental health issues can be. It's just debilitating as the worst. Yeah, absolutely. When your head fucking hates you, it stops you doing shit. I'm most of the time, apart from my Christianity, I'm a fairly rational guy. I thought I'd just throw that in there. Get in there first. But, when the head, if your head won't fucking work for you, it makes doing anything useful or productive, physical or otherwise, just not an option.
Yeah.
As I wrote, rationality eludes me. Logic has no place.
Yeah. And you've got to remember the little catchphrase I learned from Mrs. Angry from her counseling. Don't believe everything you think, because your brain.
I don't trust my brain. I physically I can see a doctor about this actually. I physically see shadows moving when there's fucking no one there, and yeah.
Yeah, but there are also a number of reasons for that as well. And it can be your brain playing tricks on you, but what human brains do is pattern recognition. It's one of our greatest strengths. It's also a serious weakness sometimes, because it's the old thing is like our ancestors on the Serengeti in the long grasses, they had to see the change in shadow that meant they were being stalked by a lion. And you haven't seen a lion, but you see several little hints that your brain pieces.
And the brain just goes, oh, that might be danger.
Predator, run. And that saves us. But by the same time, we form patterns that aren't actually there. And you see, Abigail's got to try and sleep.
I hope you sleep well, and I look forward to the next time we get to chat.
Yeah. Yes, and I hope you do get some sleep, because yes, my limited experience.
Also, if you're still watching Abigail, I sincerely hope that you're feeling much better in the morning.
Yeah, that would be nice, because my limited exposure to chronic pain was temporary, lasted a couple months. I got some physio and fixed it, but I couldn't sleep. Oh, you're gonna message me about Elysian? Okay, excellent, thank you, good night. Yes, so yeah, but I've had that brief exposure to pain that's so bad you can't sleep. And what makes me tick. For me, fortunately, it was temporary. In Abigail's case, and like AIDS's case, it's permanent, which fucking sucks.
Yeah, the thing that always astounds me with AIDS is how gracious he can be.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Like if you're talking about torment, you go, "Oh, I don't know. I feel like I'm being a bit of a jerk if I talk to you about this stuff because you know what AIDS is." And he just goes, "Well, don't. Still hurts you. It's still real." And I've remembered those sorts of things. And in fact, it's what I say to people if they invalidate themselves. I say, look, it doesn't matter how it compares to other people. It's still real for you.
Yeah. And yeah,
I mean, there's profound wisdom in that.
Yeah. I had that exact conversation with him when I had this really bad pain, really acute pain in my shoulder. And I'd say to him, I'm not sleeping because this. And then I'd go, oh, God, I feel bad saying it to you because I know that's every joint in your body every day. And I'm complaining.
And he comes back with, hey, it's still real for you.
Yeah, exactly. So... yes,
he's a funny guy. I mean, sometimes he'll sort of play, he'll sort of talk up the negative stuff of himself, like the stuff that shitheads would say about him. But I can see what he's doing. I mean, he's basically trying to invalidate and minimize those attacks against him. But I mean, at the end of the day, he's just a great guy, isn't he? He's
yeah,
and he really cares about not letting people down, you know. And I've noticed that, you know, every time he's come on here and he sees that I'm in the chat, he's going, "Oh, look, well, I hope you don't think I'm ghosting you or anything like that." And I'm like, "No, dude, we're all good. Life gets in the way of other plans. That's just how it works."
Yeah, absolutely.
And he really cares. And it's funny when I haven't uploaded it. I'm thinking I might see if I can have a crack at making a music video. I mentioned before in the chat feed a song called "If You're Gonna Fart, Don't Light a Match." I showed it to a friend, to my mate, and I thought I'd killed him. He laughed so hard. I showed it to AD, and he says, "You're a sick cunt." But I think he really enjoyed it too.
Yeah.
He said, "Yeah, I can see." He said, "I can see that you're a sick cunt, but you've also put a lot of attention to detail, and I like that." I reckon to get that from it, AZ, that's doing all right.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Definitely. Oh dear.
AZ call me a sick cunt. Yep, I mean that's awesome.
It's kind of like the joke we had once. There's a form of hentai, like, you know, Japanese cartoon porn that involves characters who look very young. They keep claiming in the story they aren't underage. They just look underage. And there's a whole thing in it. I forget what it's called, but we found this article once back.
Jailbait comes to mind.
Yeah. We found this article years ago when we were doing the video. The guy who invented tentacle porn said this stuff's a bit much. So we just made this whole video laughing and just like, okay, seriously? When the guy who invented tentacle porn said your stuff is a bit much,
that's pretty profound.
Maybe you need to pause. Maybe you need to pause and think about what you're doing. And because, oh, Jesus, that's a big call that Mr. Tentacle Porn thinks your shit's fucked up.
Yeah, that's serious.
Yeah. It's a bit of a worry.
Porn responsible for many a blister on many a hand.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes. This is the source of both frustration and relief of frustration in many cases.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
I've heard it said the height of conceit is to call out your own name during orgasm.
Yeah. Oh my God, that was a rumor that went around ages ago.
I can imagine Donald Trump being like that conceited.
Yeah. As a rumor that went around about Russell Crowe, that when he was having sex, he'd go Russ, go Russ.
I tell you, it's easy to believe that sort of shit, even if it's not true.
I know.
I have no idea if it's true, but it's easy to believe.
What cracks me up is wondering who came up with it, because someone somewhere decided to just totally fabricate that, and they probably thought it was one of the dumbest things they'd ever come up with. And then, a year later, someone repeats it back to them, and they go, "Oh my God, that stupid thing I made up! People are saying it." But, and that was like from, I don't know, the 90s, like very early in his career, that particular story got put about. It's like the Richard Gere and the gerbil thing, which is totally not true. And that dates back to like the fucking 80s. That's pre-internet gossip that spread somehow all around the world.
People love a good gossip, don't they?
Oh, they do. It's
like, I hate gossip. Well, what's going on over there? Let's talk about that shit behind that person's back. Yeah. And every culture, I think, has their own version of it. But everyone finds it really hard to not gossip. There's like even memes about it. Like, there's one picture of, oh, I like to mind my own business. And the next thing, but when I hear someone talking shit, and it's like someone bringing out a chair and sitting down and going, yeah, tell me. Somebody actually pointed out my own hypocrisy to me one time, because I made a sexist statement and I got rightfully put in my place by the woman in front of whom I made said statement. She said, "Oh, I love gossip," and I said, "Well, that doesn't surprise me. Women do tend to go for it." And she rightfully criticized me for that. And I said, "Yeah, it's not like it's exclusively a women-only thing, And I was I said, there's quite a few guys who go for it too." And she says, "Yes, I know two of them." And she was referring to me and the other guy. I went, "Yeah." It's kind of like the line in. I couldn't really object because, on reflection, I went, "Fuck, if that isn't gossip, what is?" She's got me there. Yeah. But there's a line from Pulp Fiction where, John Travolta's character thinks Uma Thurman's character, Marcellus Wallace's wife, Mia, got some guy thrown out a window because she let him massage her feet, or she massaged his feet or something, and her husband got jealous and threw him out a window. And he actually says it to her, like, "I heard this story." And she just goes, "You guys, you say women gossip, but when you get together in your little knitting circle, you just make shit up like that." Yeah, we just have a different brand of gossip. Yeah. And it's funny, it's just, "Oh, that's not gossip. It's not gossip." Yes, it is. I tell you what, on that note, it's 1 a.m. I think I might go to bed. Well, there's no one here for the after party, so I guess I'm going to Foxtrot Oscar as well.
So everyone who's in the chat, thank you all for hanging out with us tonight.
Should we give them the opportunity for an after party? I don't know how loose it'll be for much longer, but
quickly, just in case anyone does, I am going to end the stream, but I'll give you like a minute if you want to hang out and chat with. I'm going to go to bed, but nobody's up to hang out for a chat
with nobody.
If
nobody
you want,
will talk to you.
Nobody will talk to you.
I use those sort of jokes all the time. I mean, it works a fucking treat in Counter-Strike, you know. Nobody killed you.
Oh, that's brilliant.
You killed nobody. End of round. Nobody won.
Yeah. I love it. That's great. Oh, dear.
Yep.
Was it L3 saying nice night over? It is. I don't know about where you are, nobody, but we're having very pleasant early autumn weather in Melbourne. It's been like 25 to 27 for about 5 days in a row. It's meant to be for another couple of days. Then it's going to rain. But we've been having very pleasant weather. So, and very chill.
Painkillers are starting to wear off.
Oh, no. All right. Well, okay. I think everyone else is maybe saying good night as well. Thanks, everyone, for dropping in.
Night, everyone.
See you later.